Hello and good morning. I'm Dr. Raji Gopal, a special educator in the collegiate program for deaf and hard of hearing students at NISH. Welcome to the 7th annual Assistive Technology Conference, EMPOWER 2024. For those of you joining the EMPOWER conferences for the first time, it's an annual technical event bringing together stakeholders in the AT sector, including researchers, practitioners in the government and industry, entrepreneurs, inclusive designers, special educators, impact investors, as well as policymakers, engaged in different ways with issues involved in the creation, product, and dissemination of AT solutions. The first two editions of EMPOWER were organized in 2018 and 2019 at IIT Delhi Sonipat campus, and the third EMPOWER 2020 and fourth EMPOWER 2021 were online conferences organized by IIIT Bangalore, the last two at IIT Madras. It is the first time that a non-IIT institute is hosting this prestigious conference, and it is a privilege and honor for the National Institute of Speech and Hearing, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, to do so. Thank you for this opportunity. Professor Bala, in his felicitation, said that this conference was put into motion by like-minded people wanting to not just make assistive devices, but also bring together all the stakeholders in the AT sector and arrive at affordable solutions and make an impactful change in the lives of everyone involved. The conference is a mix of keynote talks, invited papers, posters, user forums, panel discussions, and a product exhibition. EMPOWER provides opportunities for discussions around current solutions and also seed ideas for research. You're all in the Marigold Hall now, where you'll be with us till 15 minutes past 11, after which the remaining sessions will be held simultaneously at Marigold, Tulip, and Daksha on the 5th floor. There are lifts that you can use, but for those who are up for a good exercise, please use the stairs. So we have volunteers to assist you if required. Now moving on to the first agenda of the day, which is the keynote session. The keynote sessions will be chaired by Professor Anil Prabhakar. Professor Anil Prabhakar is a prominent figure at IIT Madras, where he's a part of the Department of Electrical Engineering. His research interests span a wide range, including quantum optics, magnonics, lasers, and assistive technology. He's the head of Center for Rehabilitation Engineering and Assistive Technology, a hub for developing affordable devices aimed at helping individuals with disabilities. Welcome, sir, onto the stage. I request you to introduce and welcome our first keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Saji Gopinath. Thank you. You don't need this, right? Yes?
Thank you very much for that introduction. I must confess I'm neither distinguished nor whatever other adjective you used. But it was very nice to hear the history of EMPOWER, and we are actually very happy to have it here at NISH, and thank you for hosting us. Without further ado, let me introduce our first keynote of the day. We have with us Dr. Saji Gopinath, who's the first Vice Chancellor of the Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Innovation and Technology. He's also the acting Vice Chancellor of the Abdul Kalam Technology University, so he holds the distinction of being the Vice Chancellor of two universities in Kerala. But more importantly, he leads a lot of the innovation activities. And I think given the nature of this conference, where we are trying to promote assistive technologies in an affordable manner and take them to the end user, it's only fitting that he address us with the starting keynote of this conference. So I'd like to invite Dr. Saji Gopinath to kindly address the gathering.
So can I download it PDF or something?
It's also okay. Some animations are there. Good morning and welcome to this session on keynote session. Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of Empower 2024. And my apologies for this delay, which as we know that Murphy always work in technology, and that also gives us a important point that when technologies like assistive technologies, which becomes very critical to people with special needs, how we need to develop technologies with higher level of reliability and so I think what I would like to spend maybe another 15-20 minutes is primarily to look at the sustainability aspect of technology and also to look at how social innovation can address some of the inherent problems in assistive technologies, specifically in the context of the new technological revolution which is happening. As I introduced, I was fortunate to be a part of building a startup ecosystem in the state a few years back. And one of the areas where a large number of startups are interested is primarily to develop assistive technologies. And, but unfortunately, many of them doesn't meet the type of requirements which real user requires. They may become technologically sometimes great products, but they may not really hit the market in the right manner as such. So there is a issue there, which I'm sure that this conference will be discussing in much more detail. So I thought in this session, I will primarily look at three themes. Assistive technologies and sustainability, and how AT actually leads to sustainability, which is actually a no-brainer, which we know that if we have accessible, affordable technologies, it actually advances our sustainable development goals in a substantial manner. But I thought, along with AT for sustainability, we should also speak about sustainability for the assistive technologies at a multiple dimensions. And affordability and accessibility being few of them, but there are many other dimensions which actually makes many times the technologies which are being produced at different levels may not be affordable or may not be accessible or may not be sustainable per se. So we will spend some time on that. And then we look at why we really speak about social innovation in this context, or innovation in this context, and specifically looking at social innovation in this context. And perhaps if time permits, we will look at a couple of models where how this social innovation can actually be translated into practice to create a AT ecosystem, which is the real focus of Empower 2024, where the multiple stakeholders, the researchers, the academicians, the practitioners, the end customers, the investors, the startups, the entrepreneurs, all of them are coming together in this confluence, because we really require to create very strong ecosystems in all the parts of the world, in India particularly, to address the widening gap of demand and supply in this space. So that is a brief which I thought I would spend maybe next 10-15 minutes on. So to this audience, I think I don't have to discuss what is disability, which we all know, but if you look at the conventional definition which WHO gives, can actually be looked at from this picture, which primarily looks at three aspects. So a person's activities, how it is getting hindered, either through environmental factors or personal factors, and it also could be due to the deterioration of the health conditions. And this could be because of changes in the body structures, and that limits his or her participation in the activities. It could be social activities, it could be economical activities, it could be even to make a good well-being per se. And that way, disability is a very, very wider and a larger context, with people with having multiple levels of disability. And I'm sure that all of us may have some level of a disability, even if I'm wearing an assistive device, like a very simple device like a spectacle. Primarily, it is addressing one of my disabilities per se. So but we have an entire spectrum of that which we need to be addressed as such. And when you think about assistive devices, we primarily look at those products. It could be software, it could be equipment, it could be instruments, it could be devices, which actually make sure that this primary purpose is addressed, which addresses these challenges which will primarily make a person having the disability at different levels. So that is a broader definition sort of a thing. Given that sort of a context, and we need to look at the paradox which is happening in this space. So as I said, a large number of people have got some level of disability, especially at different stages of their life, different stages of their age, etc. The data shows that we actually have almost 1/9 of world population has got some specific type of disability, which needs some sort of an assistive device, which is close to 1 billion people, which is a very, very large number. And of this, around 30% requires very specialized equipment, which could be moderate to severe disability, which is actually a number of around 250 to 300, 400 million. That's the type of number which we are speaking about. And again, this data is not very accurate because we have data about how many number of devices being sold, how many number of items being procured, but we still don't have the full data. And across the world, even later studies shows that we still don't have the full data about how many really require that. And that number may be much, much more than that also possible. Now, when you look at the market of assistive technology devices, it's something around 200 billion today. It may grow up to around 350 million globally, around 6-7% in the next 5 to 10 years. If you look at a country like India, where this is much more severe, today we have around 5% of the global market. 5 to 6% of the global market is the market for India, which is expected to grow to around 30,000 crores in the next 5 years, which shows almost a 20% growth. Now, these numbers have to be taken with a lot of, with a pinch of salt. This is primarily at the current level of assistive technology development. But as I said earlier, this meets only those demand which can be served by the current type of products. If you really wanted to meet the larger demand which is available, where close to around 20 to 25% of the population requires this, the market will be much, much, much larger. So from an entrepreneurship point of view, it is important to see that this is something which in management terms we call as a blue ocean, where you have a very, very large market to be getting addressed, and there is a widening the demand-supply gap per se. And specifically in all the areas, especially this is specifically with respect to the 2011 census, we see that there are disabilities in seeing, speaking, mental illness, multiple disabilities. In all of these, you have the demand as such. And today, we have a large number of our products, close to 80% is actually getting imported, which makes it many times not affordable, not accessible to a large part of the population per se. So this question of access and affordability is something which we need to look at it. An interesting study recently done in 2021 by United Nations across the world with sample studies, they actually look at how much is, this is basically a sample study, which looks at what is the percentage of people who require it and what percentage is actually served today in the market through the assistive devices. And you can see that the percentage which is being served is very, very, very small, except in few cases like maybe simple devices like spectacles, etc. But many other cases, this may range in 4%, 3%, etc., which primarily shows that the unaddressed market of assistive technology devices is actually far, far more than the addressed market per se. And that is the space, I think, the Empower actually contributes. That's the space at which we need to address as such. So the question comes here is that if such a large market is there, and there is a need for this for the people, why are we not really creating such products per se? And two questions I think we need to discuss. I'm sure that we will have more detailed discussion on this in many of these discussions. Why, despite having a huge demand and access to AT remains relatively low across the world, and what should be the strategy for enhancing this universal access of AT per se? So this question is something which I'm sure we all were working on. We work on different models for that, and that is something which we need to address in this conference per se. So when we look at assistive technology and sustainable development goals, as I said, it's a no-brainer, because we know that if you have good 80 products. It increases good health and well-being, the goal 3. It increases the quality of education. It reduces inequalities. It actually brings in sustainable cities and communities. So I'm not going to speak about that because that is, as I said, is a very well-known thing. But what I thought I would look at is primarily on the other side. There is a sustainability angle to the assistive technologies, where how a technology which is getting developed or marketed, how that actually can sustain and grow and address the larger demand in front of us. So there are two aspects to this. One aspect, of course, is to ensure that this meets the typical ESG norms, that is the environmental, social, and governance norms, which today makes any technology sustainable. So that reducing the carbon footprints, green technologies, end-of-life management, etc., which is a classical sustainability parameters. So you may actually start looking at low energy devices. You will start thinking about how do you actually make it as more disposable than and friendly from a point of view of disposability. And all those aspects comes as a part of the design. But second aspect is something which I think we are more concerned about is sustainability in adoption, accessibility, and growth. And that needs to be an important question, that what limits the use of assistive technologies? Normal answer is that it is not affordable. It's very costly. It is not accessible. But is it something beyond that is something which we need to look at. And the easy way of looking at is something which I'm sure that all the people who are working in assistive technology domain are very familiar with, which is the HAAT model, which we call as the Human Activity Assistive Technology model, which actually looks at 4 key parameters whenever I'm thinking about developing an assistive technology device. The first happens the context. Which is the context in which we are developing? You cannot make a standard vanilla type of a product which addresses common needs in most of our disabilities, because disabilities may be very times highly specific to an individual or a group of individuals per se. So you need to actually come out with what we generally known as the precision type of a solutions, rather than a very mass-produced and common type of a solutions, especially when you go into the specific levels of disability per se. So that also leads to other related elements, which could be the social, which could be cultural, which could be institutional. All those elements, including the type of the funding and other aspects, also comes as a part of the context. We also need to look at the person who is actually using it, the human who is actually using it. His physical, his cognitive, his emotional, whether he's a novice or expert in using technologies. And you can see that many times when people develop technologies without looking at the user, or without looking at from a design thinking point of view, you may see very complex technologies which many times which we find as something which may not be really practical to use. In fact, in the startup ecosystem, this is one common problem which we see. They may make products, they may make solutions which may be really good, but then it may not be easy to access or even use by the novice human per se. And it also look at whether you are addressing what type of disability and what type of requirement per se. It also looks at the type of activity which you are trying to address. That becomes the third key element, which looks at whether you are increasing the productivity of a person, whether are you using it for enhancing this leisure or recreation facilities, whether it is going for his well-being or self-care and things like that, depending upon what type you are addressing. Given that, the design of technology becomes very important thing. It's not necessarily that every assistive technology should be very sophisticated. It can be low tech, it can be medium tech, it could be have interfaces which becomes much more easier for people to do. So all those aspects will give us. So in other words, this model primarily will help us to identify the enablers and also the obstacles when you look at the adoption and adaptation of the technology. So any design will pass through this model and see whether the interdependent variables are going to get addressed or not. And to address this, we primarily look at 4 aspects. That is the products, look at what is the range, quality, cost, design, ease of implementation, etc. With person at the center, we look at these 4 variables which drives that, which could be the products, the policy, provision, and the personnel, where the provision could be the procurement, the delivery, and services, which is also a very important thing many times. That's what I said in the start. For example, a technology failed and you need a service person at the point of time. And sometimes some of this assistive technology requires continuous support of service personnel. Are we developing a technology like that is also an important question. And the capacity of the personnel to support this also become an important thing. Along with that, you also require an overarching legislation and regulation and policy structures specifically leading to the financing and related aspect as such. As we know that one of the reasons of high cost is also that many of these items are not regulated, not having a proper regulatory mechanisms for that, which also lead to products which may actually harm people because they may actually compromise on quality and other aspects as such. So these two aspects, when you look at from the type of barriers, type of enablers, and address them using this provision of products, provision, personnel, and policy, which is a framework which UN has given, I think we will look at whether a product or a technology developed is actually sustainable or not. And that leads us to specific questions of sustainability today. Which are the challenges? A, obviously we all know it's about accessibility. And accessibility is not only on economic terms, but it also could be on the age. Something which is affordable to or is accessible to a person at an early age may not be accessible for a person at a different age, may not be for a different gender, may not be at a different location. So all those aspects comes over that. And we also look at the digital solutions, which may actually add to the accessibility per se. And more often than not, the human factors may have to be playing over there. The second is affordability. Affordability, again, is not necessarily only the cost of procurement, but the cost of ownership. May have devices which may be easier for you to procure, but may have more cost for you to maintain and support, which primarily where we look at the total cost of ownership per se. And we also look at the adaptability. This is a point which I was trying to say at the start, that except a few cases, the involvement of stakeholders in the design and implementation may not be lacking. And we have the classic case of design thinking emerging because the customer is away from or the user is away from the design. You may many times see that it is not really going to be adaptable as such. And then availability of it, which is what type of quantities are available, especially when you wanted spares, when you wanted to have multiple items, etc. Varieties, how many of them are there, the services availability, the acceptability of it, whether there is efficiency, reliability, whether it is very simple, there is a safety in design, whether it is intrusive, extrusive, what type of sensors and devices which you have used, all those aspects becomes for the acceptability as such. And finally, compliance to the standards and working conditions and training requirements and support also become an important element. So all these elements primarily will drive to the sustainability per se. And many times we see that as a product which may be successful in one element or one dimension fails in other dimension, leading to the failure of adoption or of the device per se. So one of the reasons why we see that even having a very large number of demand in front of us, it is not getting adopted, or it still remains as an unsolved problem is on that. So even that sort of a situation, we need to ask this question that how do we address this in a total? As you know that this primarily means that we need to actually look at development of an AT devices from a very different angle per se. And there we speak about two aspects, the customer and the non-customer. More often than not, we look at product development from a customer angle. But for an AT product, the non-customer, the people who are not yet using it, or people who are not even aware of such a product, is actually far more than the customers per se, especially when you go into specific disabilities per se. Now, are we actually know about the non-customer requirement, and how do we collect that is an important question. And there is also a conflicting requirements, because when you are thinking about design parameters, you always will have a challenge of cost one end. At the same size, we may have to make it much more miniature, much more easier, much more faster responses. We may have varieties which we speak about, and conventional logic tells us that these things are actually one opposite to other. So, for example, I'm developing a cochlear device. The smaller I make the device, the technology primarily push the frontiers. It actually ensures that you are getting a better service, better product, without compromising the other conflicting parameters per se. So in that context, as I said, earlier, these technologies are generally developed using huge amount of R&D investment, huge amount of upfront cost, etc. And that is the reason why, more often than not, you don't see affordable products coming out in a large number from in the assistive technology market. And because the market also requires the users require reasonably lower cost, many times this gap continues. This is a point where we need to actually start looking at the social innovation per se. So the question is that, can I reduce my cost of upfront cost of development? How do I do that? To do that, I think we need to look at the digital economy or the new economy which is happening. I started by saying that we are looking at AT development in the age of disruption. The key disruption which is happening is not only in the technology development, but also on the technology democratization. Thanks to a new model of technology development which is happening, we actually today make sure that somebody invests in technology, only a part of that, and then give it to public and start developing the technology on the top of it. We call it as a community-based economy. So the Industry 4.0 world which we speak today is also emergence of a completely new model of economic development, which we call as access economy and a community-based economy. When you have this community-based economy where you have a large number of volunteers participating and collaborating it, and they may not be actually charging the type of cost which if you are actually doing at a corporate, you actually will reduce the cost of the technology per se. Incidentally, this has already happened in many of our consumer products. Many of the consumer products which we use, right from a mobile phone to applications or apps or many of these new products which we use, they all come through this model of voluntary collaborations. Many of the IT technologies actually getting developed on that. How do we actually make this democratization of technology possible in the AT development is a very important question. We need to really look at it. And that ensures that we will be able to reduce the cost of developing. And once the cost of developing is there, given a large market size, the cost of production and implementation also will come down. And when you are looking at a cost of technology development to address all this element of sustainability, we need to actually look at that innovative model as such. That's basically where the open innovation happens. And open innovation models will become important thing. Conventionally, we used to do this model where we do the innovation within an organization or within a closer community. And because of that, there is a high cost of doing that. There is a high state of failure on that. And that adds to our technology cost. From there, when we move to open innovation, where we actually collaborate with people, we collaborate with multiple people, open up challenges, open up problems, and then make public collaborate to come out with solutions, we see the cost actually reduces. So from a conventional, traditional route of pre-digital era, where people will actually do the innovation in their own silos, we move to newer models of networks, communities. Say, for example, EMPOWER is a classic example of a network where people come together and actually trying to innovate and come out with the solutions. Or we could also look at venture mode, which I'll briefly touch upon on the startup, and when we specialist mode as such. So from an innovation perspective, rather than imitating and looking at the existing market, that's what the first line looks at, and that's what high-cost corporate products in the AT space also looks at. We need to look at the completely different non-customer market. And when you look at the non-customer market, you know the challenges of them. You know what are the requirements of them. To address the challenges, you have a HAAT framework. To address the challenges, you have the 5P framework. Take that and then use and make public. People who have got the knowledge of technologies, etc., come out with the solutions, curate the solutions, and that will actually lead to a next line of development. And that is the second line which shows in the classical innovation, disruptive innovation model of Christian. And you can see that this actually will ensure there is an exponential growth of the technologies in the areas to come. And how do you realize this innovation? Where you come out with the society to come together to solve a larger societal problem. We have three models available. The first is a community-based model. People who are interested, like all of us here who are concerned about this issue, we come together. We may be coming from multiple disciplines and then create maker spaces, create development spaces. Second, the startup space, which we have, I think parallelly we have a pitch going on where the startups and impact investors actually invest on that and come out with solutions for that. Because at the end, this is a social entrepreneurship project per se, where is a large market, there is a scope of getting profit. So that is also possible. The third is creating an ecosystem model. I'll quickly speak about this before I close. So if you look at the community-led model, you're primarily speaking about external to the organization who is developing it, and also very, very informal incentive mechanisms. Because if you look at the corporate innovation and current innovation happening in AT market, a substantial number of assistive technology products which is coming out, they actually fall in the specialist space per se, where the incentive is very formal and the organization is very internal. From that model, we need to actually liberate this development more into the community-based, external and informal incentive model. The moment this transition happens, you will see a large number of products coming out, and that is primarily what we call as the models for community-based solution development as such. The second model, of course, is creating innovation hubs and the startups who may actually look at future value and invest their time. The impact investors who again look at the social benefit which is coming and the future value they can generate and invest on that. And these two plus early grant capital. Say for example, BIRAC provides you grants, Social Welfare Department provides you grants. Some of the CSR funds which provides you grants in the initial prototyping stage. That, and even in Kerala, the Startup Mission actually support such projects. So such products will primarily help you on the development of the startups, but they will become an enterprise. And our experience is that many times these enterprises later move from that model into a venture model, into a corporate model, and again the product may not become affordable per se. And the third model is primarily where an ecosystem model. And an ecosystem model is primarily where all the stakeholders, the government, the public, because government has a key stake here, because better assistive technology devices, better productive people. Better productive people means you have a larger attainment of sustainable development goals. So the government, the research institutions like NISH, who will actually come out with technologies which may be in the early stage of technology, and then private enterprises will translate that into final products, looking at all the elements of sustainability of the technology. And then the NGOs and others who will actually ensure that this get disseminated on that. So such ecosystem development will address all the aspects of HAAT model, the context, the human factors, the activities, and the engineering appropriate solutions in a very comprehensive way. Now, it is not saying that one model is superior to other. We need all the three models to coexist. But we need to have such models working very, very fast and very soon. Because, as I said at the start, we are actually looking at a problem which is actually growing exponentially. The gap between what is needed and what is provided today is actually widening. And given that context, it's important that collectively we should ensure that at the earliest as such. So let me stop by saying that assistive technology development actually poses twin opportunities. A, it enabling more number of people. More number of people actually be able to move from something which hinders them to participate in the activities. You will see higher level of sustainability in the ecosystem per se. We try to achieve more and more sustainable development goals. The second, it also create opportunity, economic opportunities for the growth. In a market which is so large, which is where only a small percentage, 8 to 10% of the market only has been addressed, and you have a 90% market which is still not been addressed, there is a substantive growth opportunities per se. But it is not very easy to address that. So addressing the challenges requires you have to have a very holistic approach, address all the barriers, and I thought I sort of touched upon the barriers, and that's basically where the innovation, and specifically open innovation through social engagement and communities are going to become important thing. But any of these cases, you cannot actually look at the models which we used to follow for other products and services, because it's a different type of a problem, a different type of a challenge. So creation of an ecosystem that foster the innovation is going to be the key element which determines success. So thank you very much for a very patient listening, and if you have any questions, I'll be very happy to take. Thank you.
either. Thank you, Dr. Gopinath. That was very interesting and also very inspiring. I think it's very clear to us that we have many challenges, but I think seeing all the models put together was very informative for me. Do we have any short questions? Yeah, Dr. Bala? I don't know, maybe I don't.
Yeah. So this question is to you as both as a vice chancellor of two universities and also as a person who has promoted innovation in this particular state. So in education itself, we are going through a transition where, so I'm talking of community development, social innovation, and so on. How do you see how optimistic you are, where education itself is going into CTC being the driving factor for people to even go into education, which has completely changed from the times that, let's say, you and we were students. So how do you see that it's sustainable to look at social innovation in the future generations? Like, you still see a good hope, or how do you see build the ecosystem for social innovation?
Yeah, thank you for that question. In fact, I'm very happy that you asked the question because we have done something to address this in the new curriculum of the Technological University. Just to give you a background, this Technological University of Kerala has around 142 colleges with around 200,000 students studying in that. So it's a very, very large number. And like he has rightly pointed out, these are all technology graduates. And typically, other than some of the social activities and startup activities where they get involved, there was no formal method in which you actually induce them into the social innovation. So we have actually changed that in the new curriculum. We have made, as a part of the curriculum itself, the students should take a social development project, a credit project. And that's primarily focusing on the social issues which to be given by a government agency or an NGO or a developmental agency. And that is going to be a full-fledged project, a full-fledged course, which they can translate later into a product or even a startup. So that way, we actually created a sort of a map, because my experience working with many of these children is that inherently they are very interested, but somehow we have not given that enabling environment for them. If you give that enabling environment from them and also exposes them to the actual challenges, we actually see very brilliant solutions coming, and then they will take it up. So to answer your question, we are trying to incorporate it into the curriculum. So it's not purely informal incentive which I showed here, but we are giving a little bit of a formal incentive there. Plus, we are also allowing people to take a social innovation as an elective minor. So they can actually take a multiple courses plus product development in this space as a minor for that. In fact, because curriculum is just introduced, I'm planning to reach out to Nish to see whether we can collaborate with Nish, where our students can actually understand the problems of people who Nish is catering to and start developing on that. So that is what we are trying to do. It's an attempt. We hope that it will actually make some changes in that. And you rightly point out, it is also a great social entrepreneurship opportunity. It is not that it's only a social, social service opportunity. It's a social entrepreneurship opportunity, because we are addressing a very, very unaddressed large market per se. So that's what my answer to this.
Thank you very much. Do we have one more question for? Yes, please. Get a microphone, one second.
Hi, thank you for a very interesting talk. I'm John Gardner of ViewPlus. I'm an academic, but I'm also a businessman developer. And I'm not sure that I fully understood the models that you proposed, but it sounds to me very much as if you're proposing basically development by committee. And this, my other comment is that you don't define and develop products without a major research on whether the product is needed and how well it works. And this research, and in fact the development itself, on any product that I can think of has always been inaugurated by a single person and then gone on from there. I'm very concerned about, if I am correct, in developing something by a large group of people as to leadership of this. And if we look at the way the world has generally worked, these committees really aren't very effective in developing things. So how do you overcome that not invented here committee problem? Thank you.
Okay, this is actually a philosophical question, and philosophical difference is there. Like what you said, you have a conventional development model where you have a research-led development. You have a small group of people under very organized organizational boundaries develop a product, and then maybe you will take it in the market. And alternate to that is a model where you actually allow a large number of people to come together at multiple places, pose them the problems, and collectively develop it. Now, whether it will be as efficient as the first model, perhaps no, but it actually reduces the cost substantially and make it more affordable. But there are basic tenets for this open innovation. It's not that just a random group of people coming and doing it will not work it. So you will have some sort of facilitatory mechanism to do that. That's basically where we do hackathons and other elements as a preclude to that. But in a context where the conventional development is still not able to address a large market gap which is existing, large requirement gap which is existing, we don't have another alternative, or at least I don't know another alternative. That's why I was suggesting that. But I fully agree to you. It may be a great idea that academic institutions do preliminary fundamental research on many of these areas, and so that maybe the first step is done there, and the second step actually goes through a collective innovation per se. But collective innovation and open innovation is actually something which corporates are using very extensively in many other areas. A large number of products today actually getting developed through the open innovation. So why not 80? That is a model that's a premise which I have put it forward.
All right. In the interest of time, we'll let you take this offline. Let's thank the speaker again.
Thank you.
It's now my privilege to invite Professor Ravi Puvaya from the Industrial Design Center at IIT Bombay. Professor Ravi, is the idea behind this new software called Jello, the Jello communicator, and it's a perfect segue from our previous speaker's talk into his experiences, because it has always been something that we have not had, which is a design experience. And Ravi comes from that background, and he's picked up this challenge of designing a good software for alternative communication. And I'm both jealous as well as happy to see Jello doing so well, because we had tried this and we didn't do as good a job, and Ravi came along and did a better job. So I have also know that he's very hard to find, and I had to go through my alumni network to find that he was actually a few years senior to me at IIT Bombay. And through that network, I managed to reach out to him and invited him to come here. And we are very thankful that he is here to explain to us how he went through this journey of designing Jello, and tell us more about what its uptake in the market is today. While we are looking for his presentation, both Ravi and I are academics, so we are challenged with this idea of innovation and a marketplace. Most of our social innovations are left to others to take to make profitable or not. And but I think having a good product is one of the keystones that allows us to think of assistive technologies. And if you look at how Jello works, and you look at the care with which they run through their, I think, monthly sessions, it is really something to understand how you could get into what might be already a crowded space with a very good product and still be successful. So without further ado, I'll pass on the mic to Ravi.
if we add, actually become an ocean. That's the crux of my request and talk here. Okay, I have several reasons why we need to do this. Okay, it doesn't really exist. It might exist in bits and pieces, but I think if we can do it at a national level, then the knowledge that you generate would be substantial and would be, also very, very important for the situation what we have right now. Okay, so that's the overall picture. So let's go into, so the question is, should not the PWDs, the design and the tech institutes collaborate and work together? Okay, so more on that a little later. So I would touch upon 4 key factors. Okay, the first is the creative and critical thinking, essential for design innovation. That's my first part. Okay, and the way actually design is actually practiced through a process. Okay, so it means that it's part of a knowledge system. So there's a little bit more deeper thinking into the process itself. Okay, followed by, for us, the who you design for is a very, very important factor. Okay, so the focus on users, and we've gone also from the start of industrialization with focus on products to now come all the way to actually recognizing that you have to look at holistically at the life itself. So this transition from product to life is a very, very important thing. Okay, and I think this is a very important thing. Our previous speaker, Professor Gopinath, also touched upon this, that we need to focus on public and large numbers. Okay, so more on each one of them as we go along. Okay, so let's look at the design innovation ecosystem for India. Okay, so I start with, that people are important. I would extend it to all kinds of users. Okay, animals included, plants included, life included. And sustainability has become a very important factor because industrialization has come and actually spoiled all the practices. Okay, like for example, in our country, we had such beautiful sustainable practices, we seem to have forgotten what we had before. Okay, so it's a focus area itself. Okay, and design is normally thought of as this. Designers are really called at the last minute to do this touch-up, and it doesn't look good, so can you make it look good? Okay, that's the normal notion of a designer. Okay, so we need to change that because they do a lot more than that factor. It also needs to work well, so that factor is a very important thing. And design is also about creating something new. It's always being innovative in that sense. Okay, and it's not a big deal to do this. If you apply the process and thinking a little bit, everybody can come out with new ideas. Okay, you're born creative. Okay, you just lose it along the way because of our education system, but it's not a big deal to get it back again. Okay, and the last one is, it's meant to solve problems. It has to find a need and find solutions to it. And if it is actually done through a process, then you can share it with a lot of people. Okay, and I think what we mean is that if you start the process, somebody can actually carry it forward. That's the best part of it. Okay, so we can put titles to these. Okay, the first one is the user and environment are very, very important and key factors. We bring in the factor of empathy here. The second is form and function, which brings in the value. Third is you're trying to create something new, so creativity and innovation. And when you do this, you're actually looking at the future because you're developing something for the next generation. Okay, and then you have method and process. These are actually the tools with which you actually solve problems. Okay, so I think all of them are very, very important key factors for design and innovation. So I'm putting it in a nutshell. You start by understanding needs and requirements, and you have to be sensitive to these issues, okay? Because each problem is different, and it needs concern over here. And there's a method for identifying these problems that needs to be solved. Okay, in the beginning, it might be a blank slate, but if you do a research, You go around finding what the problems are, then you can identify that. And then after analysis, you can come out with innovative, creative, and appropriate solutions and go forward considering a lot of aspects, the context, the social concerns, the aesthetics, sustainability, and technology, okay, such that it makes a positive difference to life in our planet, okay? So that's the, design in a nutshell. But also let's look at the context, okay? So this is, I think, again, a very important factor because we come from India, which is the southern part of the earth, okay? And there are similarities in this sphere, okay? And I think it's very important that we need to celebrate India and at the same time have an international perspective because what we do here nowadays actually influences a lot of people outside also. So that's a very important criteria. And I think if you look at it, what solutions we have in the southern hemisphere because of the climatic and environmental conditions, it's also similar in other countries, the southern countries. So it can be easily modified and adopted in these countries, or what they do, we can adopt it, which is much more easy to do. Also, there's a big push towards, individuality and selfness. Okay, I think we'll have to go from that to, thinking of the family, society, public, community, and the whole humanity itself. Okay, so that's a very important thing, and design needs to do that. Okay, third is, of course, what I started with. When the industrialization came in, it was all to do with humans, right? At the cost of every other living being on this earth. Okay, we didn't really care about what happens to them. Okay, now we've got a whole list of, animals and plants in the endangered list, and who has been the cause of it? Okay, so that's a very important thing, and there's a shift from earlier it was product, then it came to humans. Okay, then they said, okay, no, we need to enlarge that. Then they said probably users. So if you look at it, it's very funny. It was product-centric, then it became human-centric, then it became user-centric. Now we understand that's not enough. We need to be life-centric. Okay, so that's a very important thing. And yeah, industrialization last 500 years has been the cause of a lot of unsustainability. We know that we're part of it, we become conscious of it. So anything you do has to be at the sustainability, point of view. Okay, and the way you actually come out with solutions involves two sides. Okay, it has critical thinking as well as creative thinking involved in it. Critical means you should be able to analyze situations, find the appropriate way to actually solve it. Creativity is the innovative part of it. You ideate, you come out with several solutions, you should be able to choose one of them. And of course, this leads to creativity and innovation, and of course, it can lead to entrepreneurship in the long run. So I think all these factors, local to global, self to humanity, human to life, needs to solutions, at the back of it, sustainability and creativity and innovations are, again, extremely important aspects as far as we have to do. And it was almost like a godsend that the NEP 2020 came in. Okay, and for me, it was very interesting because the document actually, has these keywords, and they repeat many times in the document. Okay, one is that, learning needs to be at the conceptual understanding level. I think that was a very important thing. It also focused on critical thinking. Okay, it mentions creativity and innovation several times. Okay, and the last one is, I think, very important. They said equity and inclusion. Okay, and I think if you look at it, okay, if the schools can actually do this, it'll be a great thing because the next generation would grow up with this. And just imagine to have an inclusive school itself, It's not a reality, but I think we have to move towards this, So I think these were great words, and for us being part of design, all these keywords have been always very, very important to us, okay? So there was an opportunity which came our way when the ministry said that, why don't you introduce design innovation in the schools, okay, as part of its curriculum? We'll offer it as an optional skill subject, about 650 hours, the same as physics, chemistry, maths. Okay, students who are interested in this can take that as an optional course. Okay, so there was a team, we worked on it for a couple of years, and 2022 we introduced it Okay, and it was like a mini design, curriculum in schools, very creative. Design schools are very interesting because design schools of all the other disciplines, they don't have textbooks. Okay, so if you come to a design school, students don't have textbooks. They actually learn by doing. And your library is the textbook. Okay, so depending on what you're trying to solve, you have to refer to so many books. So you're made to do this broader thinking right in the beginning. So here also what we've done that is we call them as task books because the students do these tasks and then they learn from it. Okay, so it's introduced from 6 to 12. 22, 23, we had about 1.2 students take up the course. Okay, we are also training the teachers, during the weekends. Okay, so that's the figure. But I think I'm showing this because I think if you have students who have a knowledge of design and innovation at an early stage, and if they go to whatever they feel they actually graduate in, and then later on in life, they'll be able to apply these principles to whatever problems they actually see in their life. Okay, so they become problem solvers in that sense. So for us, it was a very interesting and good thing. So if you look at it, what's the aim? You're looking at sensory cognitive abilities, fostering creativity and innovation in students. Okay, you nurture their curiosity and explorative abilities. You're born with this. Okay, we kind of lose it when you grow up. Okay, so I think it can redo this. Okay, and of course, the students can learn through observation, discovery, and then critically analyzing this, then probably even experiencing it, and then they collaborate, and after they've done something, there's a reflection because others will come and comment on it. You're very happy to present it, yeah, and then apply design process and methods and tools to solve these problems. Okay, and also what happens is that you can also learn the fundamentals of creative disciplines in this. So this is a shot of the different task books. And if you go to this particular site, you'll get a lot more details on that. I can share that with you. Okay, so another interesting factor as far as our country is concerned. Okay, so in 1947, 1960, I'm just tracking down the growth of the design institutes. Okay, this factor is also not much known. Okay, so in 1947, we had 0 design institutes. We had applied art colleges, which catered to the advertising industry. Other than that, there was no other design schools at all. 1960s, 2 design schools came up, okay, one at NID and one at IIT Bombay. And 1990s, when the country opened up, 10 more schools came in, but you see the figure now, it's more than 1,000, okay, so they produce, every year around 200,000 design students graduate, okay, so this is a factor which is not really known. Okay, and it has been a very exponential growth as far as the design schools are concerned. Now, almost every IITs will have a design school, which was not the case. There were very few IITs which had that. So is an encouragement for all the other technology schools to come out with a design school within their premises, So, so let's go to the next factor. Factor 2 is the process. I'm putting the factor that could it be for India? This is a very nice representation of what happens to a person's mind or the thinking behind if you're coming out with a solution. Okay, usually you start off very hazy. What we call as a wicked problem. You don't know which direction you're going on. It's like a scribble. Okay, and then slowly it gets organized. Okay, and then you perceive and it becomes clarity, and then you get focus into it. Okay, it's a very nice representation of what happens when you start with a problem and then come out with a solution at the end of it. This is what we've proposed for the design and innovation in schools, which follows a 6-stage process. You start with research. That is basically data collection. You have to understand what the problem is. You talk to the users. You go to the field. analysis becomes a crucial part of it, followed by ideation. Okay, and then you build it, you make prototypes of it, you test it, and then finally it's implemented. Okay, and if it's a really good idea, it can become an entrepreneurship or a startup and become a company at the end of it. Okay, and see, this is what the design students would go through. Okay, he roughly spends actually, research analysis also almost 1/3 of the time is spent in that. The ideation and prototype takes another 1/3 of the time, and then testing, getting feedback and reiterating takes another 1/3 of the time. So it is not like you all done everything. At the end of it, it looks dirty, not so clean. You call a designer and try to clean it up. Okay, so he would actually come really at the end after every decision has been done. Okay, and then, he's made to do his bit. Okay, so just to distract it, we again, very fortunate to design the voting machine. So when it came, it was, somehow it was working. There were two, iron boxes, okay, and in which there was few buttons, in another one few buttons, and that was the voting machine, which very nicely the electronic engineers had come up and done, okay. So when we got the project, the first thing we did was that we went to the places where the by-elections were being held. We went to 5 by-elections, saw what the problems were, what the situations were, what they're thinking about, something like an electronic voting machine would be, what the concerns are, how do they perceive security, things like that, okay? So just to give a small example of it, one of the outcomes was that two nice incidents. One, we said that if you have to capture a booth, okay, and stamp all the papers, it takes 5 minutes for them to stamp 100 papers, okay? So here we did a very simple thing, that you can only press a button once in 3 minutes, or 4 minutes, or 5 minutes is variable, okay? So that means in an hour you can note only 20. So it means that if he has to capture the booth, he has to capture the booth for the whole day almost, right? So that's a disincentive. Next was that when you electronically lock the instrument, it's invisible, okay? Traditionally, I'm still doubtful whether it has actually got locked because it's an electronic lock, okay? So we said that let's do the traditional lock. So still now it's used. There are 2 holes through which you can take a thread, and the old seal method, and you can actually put your signature on it, okay? Of course, now they switched it to putting a tape with a signature on it. So if it is broken, it has been tampered with, okay? So these are simple things which we actually came out of our observation, converted it into ideas, and then actually implemented it into the voting machine itself, So that's why that part of it is very important. It's also very surprising for us that, if you look at our own culture, all this has been actually thought of, in so much of detail. Okay, and of course, it has been put forward as Shilpa Shastra, Vastu Shastra, and Natya Shastra. Okay, so very nicely, very detailed documentation of how you can actually practice some of them, and they're full of reasons. Okay, so it is out of what we call as deep observation. It's not, observation is not just a day or a month or a year. It's actually centuries. They keep on observing, and it's an outcome out of that. Okay, so if you do something like that, it stays for generations together, So I'll give you one simple example of this, okay, how it works. Okay, so we all know about the Rangoli patterns, okay. Interestingly, Rangoli patterns are different in different parts of the country. It's not the same. But the structure, the basic building block of Rangoli is same. It's dots on which you can actually draw patterns, okay? It varies. The dots can be, hexagon or triangle, square, okay? Very few basic elements. But interestingly, a housewife every day can create a new pattern, okay? And it's so easy to do that. So that variation or, creativity is actually built into the structure of this, okay? And look at its sustainability. It depends on the material which is available in that particular region. So it could be flowers to rice to something else, right? Yeah, so it's so varied, okay? So if you look at it as a system, a structured system which has been developed and implemented, okay, you look at it, it must have come out of deep observation, Yeah, because sustainability has been built into the system. It's also, it has got also some nice properties because the way you do it in some places, it actually, wards off insects and creatures and all that, okay? So it's also very inviting. So it's very social, okay? So that has been built in after the critical analysis of it. Okay, if you can just say it as a mumbo jumbo, you can brush it off saying that there's no use of it. It's just a decoration that you do, but it has, if you look at the structure of it, it has got a lot more meanings than what we perceive it to be. And the next part is really nice. If you look at Indian systems, the weaver, for example, has got again, his basic units. If he varies it, he can weave a different sari every day. There are many parts in this country, he doesn't do the same sari pattern ever again. Okay, it's just like, Indian classical music singers will sing the same raga, but it will be a different version every time he sings it, okay? So the structure is the same, but the structure allows you to do variations of it. For the same reason, you can see temples built here. No two temples are the same. But if you look at the structure and the basic units of a temple, that's the same all over. Okay, how do you create that kind of variations out of it? Okay, so this thought process we've not actually taken forward in design. Okay, if you look at it, if there are building blocks, okay, that we can put together and variations of it can actually solve a lot of problems for a lot of people, that's a really nice thing. Indian knowledge system has this, but the modern, production process doesn't have it. Okay, so I don't know how we can merge the two together, but that's a nice question mark. Okay, so we don't have to go anywhere to actually look for, design thinking or design innovation. It's there actually inbuilt into our system itself. Okay, so let's go from human-centered to life-centered. This became basically because of conveniences. Okay, industrialization produced products which were, in the beginning, extremely ugly products. Okay, and they were marketed and made to believe that they're useful to you. Some of them were useful, but some of them are not so useful. Okay, and they sold the products. In fact, it was typical of a organization to sit in their boardroom and decide what the next version of the product is, then call the designers and say, do it, and advertising to advertise, and then they'll tell the people, okay, this will whiten your teeth much more than before. Okay, so that's a new toothpaste that you got. Okay, and they could sell it in millions. Okay, so this is the way it used to be. It was totally product focused and not at all whether actually it cleans the teeth or not. It whitens the teeth is more than enough. Okay, so then I think when computers came in the beginning, it was extremely difficult to interact with the computers. Okay, you needed to know a code or write a code to even interact with that. Okay, that's when you realize that you have to do it in the language which normal human beings can actually learn and converse in. Okay, so that's how the desktop metaphor came in. You started using graphics to interact with that. And suddenly human-centered design became very, very important. Okay, and even the computing industry still uses human-computer interaction. Okay. And we realized that the humans may be center of it, but you're leaving out a lot of other user groups. Okay, and so that word got changed into now user-centered design, which was a lot more inclusive in that sense. Okay, it means that the system that is meant for humans, if it's going to be used by a pet dog, how can it be done? Okay, so it kind of extended its user group to a larger group. Okay, now we realize that actually you have to extend it for all life on Earth. Okay, otherwise you're doing injustice to it. Okay, so that I think is a very nice change in focus from product to human to user to the life itself. Okay, so and I think that's a very big concern that we need to address. And the last one I think is a favorite because it's meant for our country. Okay, designed for public good. Okay, and yeah, it's got all these terms. Okay, if you can do something which can be inclusive, okay, extremely good. Okay, and we have this problem of accessibility for several reasons. Okay, how do you make it at the same time accessible? Okay, and it's open design. Okay, again, extremely important thing. Okay, open design, open source, all these are terms which are very, very important, because what happens in this, that the core of it is open for development. So others can work on it and do variations of it. Okay, you can have one variation, okay, but you let the code be known or the source be known, okay, so others can actually develop it, okay, and I think it becomes extremely useful for many, okay, and I think India has been extremely fortunate and good in doing it, our Aadhaar card to start with, okay. By itself, nobody really believed, what Aadhaar can do. But immediately, I think the first application, if I remember rightly, was the COVID certificates that you can get, okay, you could get your injections, okay. So there was an application which was based on your Aadhaar identity and did that, okay. And then the, opening of the bank accounts happened, okay. If you have an Aadhaar card, you could open a bank account, even a zero balance bank account, right? Nothing like it. Suddenly, so many people had bank accounts in them. Now you have the UPI payment, which is built on this, okay? So that's how you build the stacks, right? And you can build applications of it, okay? Jio, for example, sold its phone based on Aadhaar card, okay? So one basic unit, if you look at it, and if it has becomes part of the public, you're not paying anything to get an Aadhaar card, okay? You didn't pay anything to use the UPI payment system, but the thing is that if you look at it, it has actually reached the last mile. Now everybody is using it, okay? It's a classic case of how an open system is good for the public, and it's applied. Now you see that many other countries are thinking of equivalent of Aadhaar. They're thinking of equivalent of UPI. Either they've adopted the UPI or they're thinking of another version of it. Okay, it's still, if you go to Europe, right, it still takes 3 days for you to transfer money from one bank to another bank, unless you pay a price for it, for an instant charge transfer, okay. We don't see the benefit, right? So design for large numbers is very, very essential, okay. So we have, of course, we can do it through many means. It could be an open collaborative environment. That means people can be, sitting at different locations and still interact with the collaborative clusters you make, depending on like this institute there. So you make a cluster of institutes around this and work together, or even open design challenges, like you can have an event and or a challenge or a hackathon and generate ideas together. So I think there are many ways we can do it. So basically, my proposition is that the institutes need to interact with each other. Okay, and I'll define some very simple things, okay? So for example, I said 200,000 designers pass out, okay? It's very interesting, again, in design schools, the project is not actually done in the institute, okay? It's the 4th year. They typically go to an industry or an NGO or some organization where they work with them and they actually do the project, okay? And none of them really expect any money from you. Okay, so it's very easy to get these students to come and work in your areas to work. They'll even come and stay at your institute for 4 to 6 months, continuously work on this project. You be the co-guide. Okay, it's a very simple model. Okay, it doesn't cost anything. If you do it in a very larger context, right, it is very viable to do it. Okay, so that's just the starting of it. Okay, but we don't have that ecosystem built. Okay, so when I go to, let's say, Internshala and search for opportunities, okay, no request has come from PWD institutes, right? So it's something that we need to do it, but maybe we need to put a method and mechanism to make this happen, okay? The next one, I think, is an extremely critical issue. I don't know how to say this, but I think it's extremely important because we don't have a central place where all the knowledge about, let's say, PWDs are at one place. And extremely critical because you're talking about AI. Everybody is talking about AI. But you forget that the basis of AI is information. Okay, and AI, what it does is it actually makes sense of this information. But if this information is from abroad and Europe and in English, what is the use for us? Where is our information? We don't have this. Why don't we have this? I mean, we can build an AI on top of it. You know, it will make a lot better. You can cross-relate it. It can get you out information. And maybe in the long run, it's very, very useful. But we have to create this information base. It's very critical we do this. You know, it has to be in our local languages. You know, otherwise we are again going the internet way. If you surf on the internet, okay, very unlikely you will get Indian examples, even now. Yeah, whatever you get, it's from abroad. Okay, so this is, I think, a very important factor, and I think it's important that the institutes join together, and whatever projects happens, put it in this space, you know, whatever, you know, feedback that you get from your observation and interaction with PWDs is very important that we actually collate this and put it in one place, because later on, if AI comes, you know, it becomes actually very, very useful as information. Okay, and the last one I think is also very important, that we have to generate this interest in the student community, because this is also a very critical area, inclusivity. How do we do this? Okay, one of the nice things is that they really like hackathons, they like challenges, competitions, even fairs and events, okay, meeting places. Okay, so I think we need to make it as part of the process. Okay, so these are very simple drops that we can do, but I think the long run, it will go a big, you know, way in doing it. So how am I on time? How much time do I have? 5-10 minutes, okay. So just to say that, okay, in the beginning, we had very few projects. I'm talking about you know, IDC School of Design at IIT Bombay. Okay, when I graduated, I did the, you know, crutch here, but I did a mechanism for actually, you know, helping the person go up the stairs, because you can see it, it's very critical when they have to get onto a bus, because they actually have to remove both the crutches and then get onto the bus here, right? So this was helping him. So just small interventions. This is an inclusive learning where both students can actually get together and they learn about basic forms, okay, which is touch sensitive, mobile for the elderly. This is a furniture which you can carry it as back in the back of your, you know, like a backpack, and go, and it becomes a desk at home as well as in school. So these are all interesting. These are just few, you know, of the solutions. Braille signage map for the Mumbai suburbs. This is a bus stop which can actually read out information, again for the persons with visual disability. This is a strainer with, you can see guides, again for the people with visual disability, very nicely done. Okay, so you can see that, and this is a tactile reader where you can put objects and the mobile will actually speak it out to you. Later on, it became a startup called as Tactopus, where they had this, readable storybooks, and you can either feel it as well as, your mobile would actually tell the story to you. Okay, so just I'm showing you just a glimpse of it. Okay, but the interesting fact is this. Okay, we don't actually tell the students what projects they do. We can suggest projects. That's what we do. Okay, and students are either they can pick up from that lot or they can choose their own. Okay, it's very interesting. In the last, I think, about 7-8 years, the percentage of students who are working with PWDs have increased drastically. Now, I think the last year, it was almost close to 20% of the students doing. We have about 100 students passing out. So 20 students actually take up these projects, okay? We've not actually told them, but actually if you had a drive and motivation to do that, then the numbers would be very large, you know? So that's a very, encouraging, part of it, okay? So I'm just going to give a gist of the Jello. I'm not going to go through the whole thing because of time. Okay, so this is a project that we worked. It has taken 20 years. Okay, not in the beginning we thought of the idea, and then to make it happen, it was really in the last 5 years. Okay, so just to say that, it involved a lot of people, stakeholders, as I'm proposing. Okay, the design schools were part of it, so IDC played a very important role. Okay, we had opportunities for actually having people work as design associates who were working part of this. Also, we had the PWD institutes. Okay, Nair Hospital came in, TIS came in. Okay, University of Connecticut helped us with this. Actually, Nair and University of Connecticut did very long longitudinal studies of 6 months that really gave us very good inputs. And of course, we are part of IIT Bombay, so we're getting tech interns. A lot of tech interns came in from technology institutes who worked on the software and as coders. Okay, so this is an essential collaboration that you need, okay, between design schools and PWD institutes and tech institutes, okay? And it's extremely easy to do it because at the beginning of Jello, for example, we hardly had any funds to actually pay for many of them. And many of them, because the area that we are working in, and it was challenging as a problem itself, many of them said, no, we want to work on this project. And interestingly, they've all gone, joined up companies. They still, many of them work for Jello. You just have to call them and they say, we are having this problem. They come back to you. Okay, so that is a very nice thing. And we followed the design, innovation process. We did a lot of research. In fact, the earlier people who joined in the project just did research for almost a year, analysis, then came out with several ideas. It was a very slow process. We built mock-ups, okay, and then test, and it's been implemented. But the thing is that, we have workshops every 2 weeks. Okay, so whatever feedback we get, we actually make a note of it and see how we can actually implement it into the whole process. Okay, so that's the big thing. So, but in the users ecosystem, children, parents, health professionals, institutes are part of this ecosystem. Okay, so just beginning, I'll just say, and then we can complete it, okay? So the problem was there was a need for an AAC system, which is child-friendly. What we realized was that everybody was doing an adult version, and they would make a, simpler version for children, okay? And so the icons were not recognizable by the children, okay? Even the language itself was adult language, which was meant for children. Okay, so we said that we have to design it specifically for children, and it has to be extremely simple and easy to use. So that was the next consideration. Third was that, if you bought an AAC from abroad, okay, it would be in their context. Okay, your foods won't be there, your festivals won't be there, your places won't be there, right? So we said we have to make it culturally, contextually, and of course, India means multiple languages, right? Yeah. So we said both low and high technology solutions together being inclusive across all platforms. That brings in flexibility. It's a complete communication system with variations, and it's free to use. You just have to download it and do it. It's meant for children from 3 to 9 years. Okay, so we started initially. We were interacting with CP children, and big motor movements were actually suited for them. So it was something which we developed by thumping and, doing that. And we had these very nice colorful buttons, which meant happy, sad, angry, so those were the expressions. So they could express their feelings, and that would convert it into words and speak it back to them. We built a prototype. I think it was a nice product. We got good feedback on it, and interesting part was that the center we went to interact with the CP children, they were always happy, I don't know for what reason. Whenever we came, they had joy in their faces, So that's how we named this, product also. We thought of a jellyfish and a jolly good fellow, and we combined together and called it as Jello. But what happened was that this was too expensive to build. Okay, so that's when we were looking for a touch device to do it, and we had to wait till 2008. We put it on a desktop browser, and the speech therapists really liked it. Okay, so yeah, after that we ported it onto the tablet and all that and built, and now we also have an adult version of it. So that's the history behind it. But we took a lot of considerations. Like, for example, if you have to do an image, right, you have to ask what kind of image would children like. Okay, it almost took us, I think, 3 months to arrive at the kind of images, because we did a lot of user testing to find out which images are truly likable by children, because these are also children with some issues or the other, so it has to be likable. At the same time, it has to be simple. Okay, so I'm just looking at the considerations. Okay, we developed a language to do this. These were our basic modules. Okay, so if you, for example, S, less, and learn, it says that if you press these 2 buttons, it would make the sentence called as I don't want to learn anymore. Okay, so it would actually create that. So if you had, let's say, 6 or 8 of these expressions, okay, and then you can create a whole language system with that. That's how the basis for Jello was. Okay, so this is the directory. It has got 9 major directories. So what has happened is that it has got about 1,200 icons and 12,000 pre-made sentences. So it's good for creating, and it's meant for children who are yet to learn a language. So these are all pre-made. And we went through a big iterative design process with feedback, of course, right from children to parent, teacher, and therapist to active users itself. This is how we actually keep improving the product. That's what happened. And it's available across all the things. You can also download it. Many people have done it. You know, I think we have around, close to about 25,000 downloads of this, you know, which is very encouraging. Of course, you can connect an external switch to it. You can change the icons. Okay, so these are all the different things. So this is the interface. It's extremely simple. So if I say I press the learn button, it says I learn. But if you press the happy button, it says, I like to learn. The tick button says, I want to learn. Plus button says, I want to learn some more. So these are the building blocks for us, okay? And you can create a whole language system with the negatives on the other side. I don't like to learn, I don't want to learn, I don't want to learn anymore. Okay, so it was extremely simple, and this is how it looks on a tablet. Okay, and of course you can change the language, you can see the number of icons on the screen. A lot more settings are there, but I'll end here with 2 things. Okay, one was that we made the source open source. Okay, so it's there on GitHub. Okay, it's there for anybody to take it and develop it further. We've also made the icons open icons. Okay, it's there at the open icon directory. It's available, so you can just download it and make use of it. Okay, so this is with an intention that this, whatever we thought of, should grow and get developed. And maybe even, you know, if somebody from Africa wants to take it up, you know, they can use these icons and develop their own version of it. But at least the system exists there, you know, for them to build on. They don't have to start from scratch. And I think that's what we are talking in the long run. When you talk about systems which are meant for a very large number of people, if we can actually collaborate and work together and work towards these systems, I think it's a viable option. Okay, so interesting part is that, you know, after we did that, we didn't really go outside the country to publicize this, but every second week when we have the workshops, we have people from Malaysia, Philippines, many African countries coming and attending these workshops and asking us to conduct a separate workshop for them. It's happening on its own, you know, which is interesting. So just imagine if you actually publicize this and done it. Yeah, so that's the nice part of, you know, being on the open source, open design front, because you're not afraid to actually share it with others. Okay, with that, I'll stop the, you know, thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you, Ravi. That was very enlightening. I like the idea of hearing about the design process that went into it. Your journey of since 2004 almost mirrors some of our journeys that have taken us 20 years to do something similar. We are a little short of time, but I'll allow a few questions. Please wait for the mic.
Yeah, thank you so much for this wonderful interventions and talk. Two questions, basically. First one relating to the universal design principle. Example being that often this aspect is left out. We think of persons with disabilities only when when that when the voting machine was designed, it was did not take into did it actually take into consideration that there would be persons like me with persons with blindness who would be using this voting machine? Because what our experience is that we had to build it like an add-on, you know, to how to fix braille things on it and how to make it work. If it was part of the design itself, I guess it would have been more cleaner, more better to use. And I'm using this as one of the examples.
Sure.
The second aspect is about involving users in the whole process. Like in DAISY Consortium, when we had to make our softwares accessible, what we did was that we involved a person with blindness as a developer itself. So that ensured accessibility of everything that is being built by DAISY Consortium. So making users as part of the development team itself, and you know, that and the involvement of users in all aspects of the design. How is this being tackled or being inculcated in the new generation of designers? Thank you.
Ravi?
Thanks for pointing out. Actually, we also realized it much later on. I have to say this, you know, some part of it is also because of lack of knowledge from our side itself. You know, when we designed it, the perception of inclusivity was not yet in the design community. And I'm frankly saying that, you know, we realized that we should have looked at it. You know, if I had to redo now, you know, it would be entirely different, you know, so that's, I accept totally we missed that out, okay. The second is really, for us, it's called as participatory design, where you actually have the users be part of the design process itself. Wonderful way to do it. Not all the time it's possible, but yeah, especially when you're designing for children, elderly, you know, yeah, it becomes extremely useful as a method. Yeah, glad that you're using that.
Yeah, can I?
Sir,
Yeah,
with
sure,
the
please.
chair's permission, I'd like to add to this because I'm a co-founder of Jello. And this idea of universal design, it's today a profound sense of guilt. We say that we missed that bus and we're trying to hop onto that bus. Some of the things we're trying to do on Jello, which is to change the paradigm in which a product is viewed. So today we are saying that Jello is not just for those with speech impairment, it's for everybody so we're making versions where everybody can use and interact with those with speech impairment, which means it becomes a social device. It means the speech impaired person goes to a regular school and the regular person, it is upon him or her to figure out how to interact with a speech impaired person, not the other way around. And it means also that it is incumbent upon us to start learning sign language. And it becomes just like the way we learn ABC, we ought to be taught sign language at a very early stage. And I think perhaps because of this thought process that has actually gone into, in the recent years, gone into the process of building Jello, and we call it the Emotional Language Protocol, where we have been awarded the Digital Public Goods Award, where only 17 around the world have received it, and we are the 4th in the country, including organizations like Pratham. And it's interesting that every year we have to validate the process of the digital public good, and we have to go through the hoops to say, yeah, we indeed are following the process of inclusivity in the way that the gentleman mentioned. And I think it's a great loss of years that we did not take that into account. The electronic voting machine should have thought of a simple button that enables those who cannot even press. Like we've given the switch today. How difficult was it to do it 5 years ago, 10 years ago? We had the technology. So I think it's not necessarily the availability of technologies, it's the mindset that first comes before we can
Thank you
make
for that
things
comment.
accessible.
One last question. There's a, 1 second. Bala, just 1 second. Go ahead. No, not yet.
Hello. Yeah, couple of points. The first thing is about the ecosystem that we spoke about, and I like the way you brought in design thinking into schools. And like you said, unfortunately, it is not followed through in higher education. Now today, most of the entrepreneurs who come into the disability or inclusive design, about what I've seen, about 80% of them are from students from colleges, come out of colleges and then pursue what they did in their term project or something like that. The key to increase the number of innovations and ideas is to increase the number of people who are coming into the innovation subsystem for disability and inclusion. Now, it is sad that none of the tech institutes seem to have an elective course on design thinking for disability or otherwise. I have not seen any. If there are some, I would like to be educated. But as far as I know, for example, the Masters in Mechanical Engineering in IIT Madras does not have an elective course on design for disability. Right? That is one. So I think one of the key things is to follow it through, right through up to college, higher education, to see that we get more people coming into the design space here.
Yeah.
Second is,
go ahead.
sorry, extending what Dipendra said. I don't look at inclusivity per se as being a design goal, but I think if you design for disability, you're pushing the design envelope so far that you have designed it for extreme cases whereby normal cases become far easier to use. A simple example of a ramp, till it is put, nobody wants it. The minute you put it, even able-bodied people want to use the ramp. Right? So I think designing for disability pushes the design envelope really far, and forces you to make it far more useful for even normal people.
Thank you. Yeah,
One last.
You almost answered our question. I totally agree with you that design and innovation as a process should be taught at all levels. Yeah, definitely yes.
Okay. A short question, Bala.
Short question, okay. But it's a two-part question. Okay. So first part of it is, I see this eating icon here, which has a fork and a spoon. And yesterday, many of us who were eating here had this problem because there was no spoon that was available. And it was very common here to eat with hands. Okay. So my question is somewhat philosophical. So these technologies, which are actually able to scale very well, internet has made it, I can download anywhere. Sure. Is actually against what you were actually essentially saying earlier, that we have to be very culturally sensitive and so on and so forth. Because what's happening is, there is a sort of a uniform culture across the world that is actually building up, which is obviously dominating, and which is trying to sort of suppress the cultures and sensitivities that were actually present. Kerala, as some child which sees this icon will think that it's actually quite nice to eat with a fork and a spoon, whereas he has been eating with hands all his life. So this is actually, how does the design and of this, in your view, how will it actually preserve what we are talking about in terms of cultures and sensitivities? Because every taxi driver who doesn't know English can actually use the Google today, left, right, center, all these things he understands, 10 meters, 20 meters, without knowing English at all, because there's a pervasive culture. So any thoughts on this process?
No, I think you touched upon actually a very tough, Ajanta, you want to answer?
We have.
This question raised by Professor Bala is larger than the question of PWD, but particularly true of PWD because folks in PWD have less access to information. Whatever information is cut into half because they can either not read nor perceive, etc., etc. So just at a material level, that information becomes reduced. So this is actually a very large question today about what should be the information that we build for ourselves. And I think, and we face this with our students all the time when we say, please go do research. The only research they will do is go to the net. And the only information they'll download is what has been built somewhere else. And I think a fundamental precept about the net is information there comes from those who have the money, the funding to put out that information. It doesn't necessarily mean that information automatically goes into the net. And it's a tough thing to explain to students. So the only way to go around it is to start putting out information that maps onto our needs. It's going to take a few years, but I think the thought process has to be put out. We should not be defensive about putting out what is the need for us, because if we are taking their information, then we're going to be solving their problems, not ours. And if you explain this to students, they actually understand that. You have to give them your cultural, foundational information for them to understand this.
Thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, since we are really over time and we should start the next session, let us thank Dr. Ravi again.
Thank you so much.
Both for coming for us and releasing Jello to us in this open source format. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Anil, for chairing both the sessions. We now break up for tea, but before that, I'd like to announce that we have the exhibition stall located left of the auditorium, and we have 43 groups of exhibitors waiting for your visit. So please do take time and visit the exhibition stalls. We will convene here at 11:45. Sorry for the short time for tea, but we will have a panel discussion headed by Mr. Arman Ali. The remaining sessions, as announced earlier, will be in the Daksha Hall and Tulip Hall on the 5th floor. Thank you.
Okay. Mm. സ്ലൈഡ് ഷോ അവിടെ വരുന്നില്ല. Shall we start, sir? Wait ചെയ്യാൻ പറഞ്ഞു ചോദിച്ചപ്പോൾ wait. അത്രയാണ് കൺവീൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത് കൺവീനർ.
Good afternoon. Your attention, please. Someone has lost a key of Obai Tamara. The person is staying at Obai Tamara. He seems to have lost a key. So if anyone gets a lost key, please give it at the registration desk. Thank you.
All of you, please be seated. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to Empower 2024 again. As we begin today's panel discussion titled, The Role of National and International Organizations in Advancing Assistive Technology, running from 11:45 a.m. to 1 p.m., I'm honored to introduce our convener, Dr. Akhila Surendran. With a background in biotechnology and a doctorate from the Singapore MIT Alliance program, Dr. Akhila has made significant contributions to both research and assistive technology. She spent over 7 years at the Center for Assistive Technology and Innovation at NISH, where she was instrumental in shaping the assistive technology landscape in India. Currently, at Servam AI, Dr. Akhila continues to be at the forefront of technology, developing AI solutions tailored for the Indian market. Her expertise and commitment to innovation make her the ideal person to convene the session today. Dr. Akhila has been instrumental in bringing together this distinguished group of experts, ensuring that the discussion will be engaging and insightful. So together, we will explore the vital contributions of national and international organizations in advancing AT. So I would like to invite her to introduce and welcome our distinguished panelists. Welcome, dear Akhila.
Hi everyone, thanks for the introduction, Sharon. It's great to be back at Empower for the 7th year now. I've been with Empower since the beginning and it's always a pleasure. It feels like home, so good to see all familiar faces. And together with it, it's at Nish is hosting it, and Nish is like my alma mater, so glad to be back at Nish for Empower. For the panel discussion, before the panel discussion, we have another special announcement, and it's the same person who's going to do both. So Mr. Arman Ali, who's going to be the moderator for the panel discussion, is also going to announce something very special. Arman Ali is the Executive Director of National Center for Promotion of Employment for Disabled People. With over 2 decades of influencing legislation for empowerment of persons with disabilities. He champions for disability rights in India. He has represented India in the national as well as global disability arena, serving in advisory roles with Election Commission of India, National Human Rights Commission, Social Justice, Ministry of Social Justice of Empowerment, UNESCO. His brainchild, Javed Abidi Fellowship for Youth with Disabilities, is one of the first of its kind in Southeast Asia, identifying so many forerunners and champions in the ecosystem. His advocacy efforts, he has pushed NHRC insurance regulators to change half-baked launch of universal health insurance product into a more inclusive system. He has done that for the disability ecosystem as a whole. And his efforts have translated into major political parties, including promises to the disability community in their manifestos. He's the recipient of the National Award for the Most Efficient Disabled Employee, 1998 by MSJE. And I invite him. Their recent effort is AtHub, Assistive Technology Hub. So we see a lot of conglomeration of efforts, right? Usually this ecosystem has been a very scattered one, and I'm really glad that a lot of different people are bringing things together, joining forces, and AtHub is another initiative in that regard. And I invite Arman Ali to announce the launch of AtHub at Empower.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yes. So I don't know, some of you may be aware that yesterday we had a launch of the Assistive Technology Hub of NCP EDP, which is supported by Emphasis F1 Foundation. Our engagement with accessibility and assistive technology goes more than a decade. It's the last 15 years that we have been running an award, the Universal Design Award, which recognizes all individuals and organizations who are promoting universal design, whether it is a product, service, or policy. And over the last decade, we figured that all the innovators and people who are making change, they all work in silos. And most importantly, disabled people don't know what kind of services, what kind of product or assistive technology or innovations or policy change around accessibility is taking place. And so they are not able to avail the kind of AT which they need. And we also believe that assistive technology for a person with disability is a choice. It is not something one size fit all. It is very personal. It's a choice that you want to pick out from a range of solutions. With this idea, we have started this the virtual assistive technology hub with support from Emphasis F1 Foundation. This Empower, we took the opportunity to have our first cohort of startups who are doing work around assistive technology and promoting this. And yesterday we had a pitch from about 25 startups yesterday in this auditorium. Fantastic. Each one of them had great solution ideas for disabled people across disability. And we selected some 16 of them yesterday. And NCPDP's partnership with GDI Innovation, they under the aegis of Atvaran, which is also just a new initiative with IIT Delhi and GDI. We selected about 16 of them yesterday, and we are giving them a seed grant of 5 lakh rupees. And in next 3 years, NCPDP will support 50 such startups who are going to get the seed grant, also get mentoring and incubation. So I wanted to share this with all of you. All of you come from the space of, the work around disabled people, elderly people, health, education, and so on. I think, so I thought this opportunity would be appropriate for all of, for me to share this in a very important moment and a time for me as the executive director of NCPDP and also NCPDP as an organization. I think we started a new era for us for another decade or so of work, very focused on assistive technology. And I think assistive technology is a great enabler for people with disability. It will make people with disabilities' life easier to access education, to access the labor market, and personal mobility and so on. And of course, most importantly, access to information. So with this, I seek all of your support. Do get in touch with us if you want to know more about the Assistive Technology Hub. My colleague Asifa and Ali Usman is there in the audience. They may also be reached out if you want to know more and collaborate. So thank you so much. And Akila, thank you so much for your kind introduction. Also feels home to have you around in Empower. This is my 3rd time in Empower as well. And thank you so much. We can now start with the rest of the thing.
Thanks, Arman. And all the best for AtHub. Thank you. So we can move on to the panel discussion. The topic is role of national and international organizations in advancing assistive technology. I know this room is filled with individuals who understand that assistive technology is not just a minority issue, right? It's about empowering every person on the earth. But the reality is also like, we talk about large market, huge numbers, but the market is fragmented. It requires very tailored solutions. And hence, it's kind of immature. The market is immature, lacking the pull to drive large-scale changes alone. And that is why I think this panel discussion is very important. We are tackling the challenge head-on. And because when organizations join forces, sharing expertise, resources, and vision, that's when mountains move, right? So I think we have put together a really elite panel of people. I take great pleasure in introducing them and welcoming them to the stage to take the dais. First panelist, Dr. Sapna Poti. Thanks a lot, ma'am, for coming from Delhi. She's the Director of Strategic Alliances, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, working directly with the Prime Minister of India. She's a distinguished leader in facilitating and promoting scientific research, development, and innovations in India. She's played a key role in architecting Manthan, India's platform for industry and academic collaboration. She's a PhD graduate from IIT Madras, having 30 years of experience. She has held prestigious roles with organizations like National Skill Development Corporation, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. She has been recognized globally, including winning the Chevening Fellowship in 2015 and the Swedish government's Leadership for Transformative Change Fellowship in 2023. She has been a member of multiple expert committees such as Niti Aayog, USAID, IFIA. She's been featured in Forbes for her leadership. She's a published author. She continues to inspire all of us through her contributions across industries and academia. Thank you so much for being here with us, ma'am. I would next like to invite Dr. Ashu Grover. She's currently working as the head scientist in Medical Senior Deputy Director General role at the Division of Delivery Research, ICMR headquarters at ICMR. At ICMR, she has promoted a special program for medical colleges for research methodology courses as head. She has initiated and established a DHR scheme of multidisciplinary research institutes in government medical colleges, research institutions. She has an extensive experience of public healthcare programs with special emphasis on epidemiology and health systems, strengthening with focus on non-communicable diseases for the last 22 years. She has drafted the knowledge management policy for health research. She has contributed around more than 100 research papers in various journals, conferences, and workshops. Really happy to have you here, Dr. Ashu Grover. Thank you. I would next like to invite Dr. B. Mohammed Ashil. Sir is not new to NISH or Kerala. He's currently the National Professional Officer and the country focal point for disability inclusion, rehabilitation, assistive technology, and injury prevention at the World Health Organization. He's a member of the Central Coordination Committee and National Task Force of various national programs related to disabilities, rehabilitation, and assistive technology. He has over 13 years of work in this area. He was formerly the Executive Director of Kerala Social Security Mission. He was, I've seen him work as the Executive Director of National Institute of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation and Project Director for State Initiative in Disabilities, Government of Kerala. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. And I would like to invite Dr. N.S. Senthil Kumar. Dr. Senthil Kumar, are you here? Yeah, sir. He's a Chief Innovation Officer, Association of People with Disability. He's a distinguished leader in the fields of rehabilitation, healthcare innovation, and social development with over 24 years of diverse experience. He currently, he has been spearheading numerous initiatives aimed at enhancing the quality of life for individuals with disabilities. He holds a PhD in rehab, specializing in musculoskeletal biomechanics and innovation. He has a huge amount of scholarly work. He has successfully secured patents and copyrights for his innovations. And throughout his career, he has been recognized with several awards, including the Silver Medal at the PESIPTA 2015 International Innovation Conference. And he has been a graduate ambassador for the University of Malaysia. He has a real hands-on experience in working directly with persons with disabilities, and I think he will bring a lot of practical knowledge to this discussion. Yeah, I'm very delighted to have this wonderful set of panelists, and over to you, Armand, to take this through. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akila, and thank you all my panelists for this very important session on assistive technology and collaboration at a global level. Though I have shared some of the questions with my panelists already, I think some of the questions will be out of syllabus. I must warn you all. And as you know, as I got onto the stage and heard Akila speak and use this piece of platform lift to come up, and all of yours profile, so many ideas come to my mind in terms of the opportunities that we have, the kind of strength we bring as a nation, the strength that we have as the people of this country. And then when we look at people who are marginalized, people who are like me, and even very more diverse people who are unreachable, whose voices never get to reach, the kind of spaces that we are in right now. I think all of us come with that sense of responsibility that we keep moving the baton to a better space to try to ensure that every person with disability, irrespective of their age, their geographical location, their income and education, is not deprived of their potential that they have. And I think India being the country which holds the largest number of people with disability in the world, and also hold our largest. It's the youngest country in the world, one of the youngest country in the world, and it's at a stage that the world cannot ignore us. And I think I wanted to set the context, when we speak about assistive technology and collaborations and possibilities, both nationally and internationally, with stalwarts like Sapna, Dr. Grover, Mohammed, Senthil. Each one of you come with such great, work experience on the ground, beyond the country and at a global level. So, my first opening question, which is from the syllabus, is what do you think is the current landscape? What is the current situation of assistive technology in India right now? So I wanted you to open with you, Sapna.
Right. It's like preaching to the priests here, but anyway, we'll give an attempt. So, as you're aware, I think India has about 26.3 million PWDs. Globally, we are at about 2 billion. So you can look at it as a market as well, when it comes to innovations and when it comes to India being a leader in startup ecosystem and so on. So we have about 2.1 billion, say, market with a CAGR of about 7.06 at this juncture, which itself is a huge potential for not only startups, but PWDs who work on innovations, because they would understand innovations in this space much better than any other regular person. Given that, there's also a complete, emerging technology scenario in India, right? We have blockchain, AI, all those emerging technologies which support, assistive technologies. So we also are racing in that particular sector, per se, in terms of science and technology. Given this scenario, I would look at it, that some of these challenges that we have, wanting low cost and cost-effective assistive technologies, B, ensuring there's enough campaigning and awareness, because we have a huge rural space here. We have 70% who are in rural areas, and we are not reaching them at all. So the entire thing of cost effectiveness comes because when you're going rural, that is the major thing that you need to look at. Third is to ensure that it supports quality of life and livelihood, for that matter. Because just making an assistive technology which is supporting PWD to work is not enough. He should also be able to self-sustain himself. So that's the third element. So there are a lot of such challenges, and I think as we go on, we will discuss this. Given this landscape, we have a huge potential as startups, as academicians, as research innovators, grassroots innovators, and even frugal technologies. It's not necessary that you always need to use emerging technologies for this. There is a lot of scope for frugal technologies as well, which means local entrepreneurship is also a scope that I look at in the landscape. Thanks.
Dr. Grover?
Thank you organizers for inviting me to this very, very important panelist of August gathering here. And thank you, Arman, and congratulations to you for this having an assistive technology hub, which was inaugurated yesterday. I think when coming back to the panel, the topic of the panel, the role of national and international organizations, and you said that the landscape of AT in India, and has been mentioned by my co-panelist, Sapna, that yes, we have a huge market. We have a huge market. But apart from when we see from the market angle, what I see prospectively, that we need to look at those people who are really deprived of it. Like the person who is totally being neglected, the person who are totally not being reached by the people who are developing the technology. But I think here comes the role of various agencies together. When we had been going to the village level, we find many such people who are totally ignored about it. And there is a felt need.
and they feel so, like that nobody is willing to do it for us. Even the ASHA workers, even the health workers, even the rural employment schemes or whatever schemes are there, they think it is for them, it is not for us. So I think we have this special department for us, and the various departments, not only the dedicated department should come forward. I think there should be a liaising between all the other departments as well. When we talk about the science and technology departments, yes, they also should talk to each other at the national level, at the top level. And that crosstalk should not stop at the top level and should not talk at the grassroots level. I feel that it should stand vertically below at all levels. When we talk about the district level, we say that, okay, no, the people with those with the Ministry of Social Justice, they have come, so rural development has really no role to come into their meetings. Or somebody has come from the Ministry of Social Justice, water and sanitation has no role into that. So my assumption is that when we're talking about such group of people, the collaboration should start from top till the end level with the same level of strength with that. And same is the scenario for the international agencies.
So Dr.
well.
Grover, you come from a national organization, and ICMR works very closely with many international organizations
Yes.
as well, and other stakeholders like the state, whether state and so on. So where do you see is the challenge when you talk about assistive technology? And even if you look at assistive technology from point of view of health, you talked about opportunity and and there is lack of coordination between various stakeholders as one. But beyond your role as a ICMR, as a research and thing, where do you think is the challenge when it comes to inclusion of assistive technology? You have identified about 2080
Yes.
in India. So where are we
Yes.
on that? What is the kind of acceptance? So you don't follow exactly what WH's list of assistive technology. So what are the challenges there?
I think rightly put up your question is that yes, we have come up with earlier we had a very big list of these products, but now we have minimized it as per the need that what should be the top priority. So those list is available with us. But now the task for those products to make them available is another subset of the task which ICMR need to work in collaboration with various organizations. Like for example, top products are there. You have the wheelchair, we have or the spectacle, you have the hearing aids. But now you have to find out that where is that cost effectiveness things will come up into that. Another, where is the specification of those products, who is going to give it to us. And third is that whether those products would be cost effective, or those will be affordable, or they could be put it into the program or not into the program. So I think those are some of the challenges which I could foresee. But apart from that, when you say that collaboration with the state, yes, when we collaborate with the state governments, the main challenge which comes up is the need to be felt that, this is my problem, I need to solve it. And we see the diversity in the states. Kerala has something different needs, the Assam has a different need, and Jammu and Kashmir has a different need, and of course UP has a different need. So there's statewide variations across the various parts of the country is again a challenge where we feel that yes, the propagation of these products is going to be at a different level. So like we have started various projects in the ICMR, not only on ATs but various other, for example, for the cancer, for other. But until the state is a partner into those projects, we will not be able to do that. So the felt need has to come from the state to start with. So there are, those are the steps which are to be taken care of
Thank you.
rightly.
So that brings me to Dr. Mohammed Akhil. So you being from a huge international organization, WHO, I think I say WHO at least 5 times every day. WHO says this, WHO says that. And what has been your experience? Like, you have worked both at a state and now at a national and international. You play a very critical role in shaping a lot of policies around, disability and other marginalized group. You heard Madam speak, you have heard Sapna also speak. Where do you come from? Where's your stand in terms of challenges and opportunities, both for a national and international organizations to collaborate?
Thank you very much, Arman. So I would start from where you said that what WHO says. actually, when WHO says, WHO did not speak of assistive technology, maybe if you take a World Health Assembly resolutions 20 years back, you will not find the word assistive technology in that. How does something comes in WHO says, or when does things come in the WHO World Health Assembly resolutions? Like, as you know, there is a World Health Assembly which happens every May. So countries come up with the issues of their priority. So since 1948 till this is the 77th World Health Assembly happened in this May. So when this happens, so the agenda actually gets evolved through these years. So initially it was basically on the communicabilities, largely on the communicabilities. Then came the this non-communicabilities somewhere in after 70s. Then recently, it's less than 20 years where WHO started speaking on assistive technology and the need for that. So the evolution of the words in the resolutions, evolution of words what WHO use is the reflection of how the countries take it as a need. So after the great report, the global report on assistive technology, which came as a product of a World Health Assembly resolution, then a lot of interest actually came up in understanding it as a market, as Madam was specifically mentioning it, as a market rather than as a charity thing, because this charity failed. Literally speaking, this provision of assistive technology devices as a charity product has largely failed. Even now, if you look at the RATA study, which was done last year as part of the global report, the population addressed or the need addressed by government in this is coming around 6 to 7%, less than 10% in most of the products. So the huge market now is the open market and the unmet need. Just to take an example for the hearing aid, we were doing the market analysis for Niti Aayog on those. And we realized that if we consider 15,000 rupees for one hearing aid to be on a safer side, then the market would come around 30,000 crores. 30,000 crores. And 68.5% of that market is unmet by anyone, not the government partners. And while government provides only less than 10% of the whole this met market. So that is the situation where we are. So if you ask the challenges, coming to the challenges, before that I would like to say that the evolution has come to a phase where there is a lot of interest in India when it comes to assistive technology. And classical example is the initiative taken by ICMR. So if you say that most of WHO has come out with more than 20 publications in this, and ICMR has an agreement with WHO on implementation of and setting the model for many things. And congrats to Ashu Government, and as you may all know, the UN award, the first UN award on assistive technology was actually won by ICMR. Actually, ICMR got the first UN award on assistive technology when it comes to as a health agency. So then, if you see the challenges, if you can list out the challenges, I would say that the challenges in all level, all piece what we say. So it is at the policy level. There are many things happening at the policy level which need to be actually coming to shape. There are a lot of things happening at policy level. I'll get to details later. Then comes to the product level, with regard to standardization, with regard to availability, with regard to procurement, with regard to the market, startup ecosystem, everything comes in that. Then when it comes to personnel, classical example would be hearing aid provision. I'm sitting in niche, I'm sure that many audiologists and many people will not be happy when I say that our workforce of audiologists will never be able to meet the 68.5% of unmet need gap. That comes in crores. So how are you going to do that thing? We need to actually do something else. Our optometrist and our ophthalmologist will never be able to meet the requirement of the spectacles in these things. So the workforce training, how do we task shift, how do we task share? There are many things comes in that. Then comes the, I'll be brief on 30 seconds. So then comes the role of the provision. What are the provision systems in India? Largely, there are many systems currently established, but it needs to be the part of the regular healthcare delivery system. You cannot do it as a charity provision. You cannot do assistive technology more through camps. You cannot actually do as a kind of a charity thing where you conduct a camp and you distribute and everyone comes to the stage and get that. No, It is as important as an essential assistive product which need to be available by everyone at their point of contact with the healthcare delivery system. So there are challenges which comes in that, and the opportunities are huge. So I rest my discussion, my point here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Khil. Senthil, I think you, by design, I am coming to you, the Ras, because you are the person on the ground. You are in the grassroots. You are someone who's looking at the policy, also, the collaborations and whatever challenges you see. There are many schemes by Government of India which distributes free aids and appliances and assistive technology. The CSR is now coming big way in distributing aids and appliances. I see large corporates want to give you good quality wheelchair, motorized wheelchair and so on also as an aid to be distributed. So keeping this as part of your response, opportunities and challenges as a country in assistive technology.
When you talk about opportunities, as you rightly mentioned, I don't think today funding is an issue, whether in terms of R&D or whether in terms of distribution of products per se, I would say. And as you see that currently, like I would say, India has got a greater potential to become a global hub for AT, provided if you need to address some of the challenges which actually previously been discussed by the panelists now. So there is a very recent report actually, not only on, we all know about the statistics of people with disabilities. A recent report which has been published, a positional paper published by Niti Aayog in February 2024, talks about every 5 Indians above age of 60 years have got some kind of a chronic disease. And more than 40% of the people in elderlies have got some form of a disability. So the number is huge. On the other hand, if you look into it, I can also see a good number of growth. Like since 2016 onwards, if you look into the DPIIT report, it talks about 127,000 startup companies have come up in the last 10 years in India. So that's a huge number. But whereas actually, on the other side, if you look into it, as there is a saying, need is a mother of invention and disability is grandmother. Somebody said that. So whereas actually the disability group or actually the providers are not part of the journey of either on the need identification, design thinking, or deployment. So we have been left out. At the last, actually, when we talk about dissemination, it actually comes through the grassroots, which actually we many times understand that it is something kind of an reinvention, which has been happening in some parts of product development. So I would say there is a huge gap in that manner. Similarly, like a country like India, still we are more about prescriptive-based AT distribution. More of a prescriptive-based, a medical model, rather than there are multiple models which has come up in other countries. Like there is a HAAT model, which is human activity and assistive technology model. There is something called MPT model. There are models which are focused more on client-centered approach, and also models which are focusing on environment. But today, the AT technology is more of an institution or a doctor or a physiotherapist or somebody in the rehab expert who has been prescribing rather than looking into the holistic manner of disability. So I feel there is a large challenge over there. And again, I would say that when I say opportunities, there are multiple things which actually the country has been coming up now. I would talk about frontline workers, ASHA Anganwadis, the VRWs, MRWs, as well as the block inclusive education resource teachers and all that. They have been actually doing a great job at the grassroots level, but none of them have been sensitized or been capacitated in terms of AT. I feel there is a space where we can do it.
Dr. Senthil, India holds the Guinness Book of World Record of distributing highest number of aids and appliances in 1 hour. This was held in Manipur. No, I think there is a will. There's a desire. There is commitment to do something around disability. There is absolutely no doubt about it. But you being at the state level, at the grassroots, I know APD is very rural and had a huge outreach across the South India, and so when there's such kind of a distribution, when it happens, and if somebody gets a free wheelchair from the government's ADIP scheme, cannot take another for 3 years or 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the quality
Yeah, quality is a different issue. I'll not talk about it. But so again, you see this as an opportunity, as a challenge, because affordability. As my next question is again on affordability. You know, about assistive technology and affordability. I'm coming to the next question. But having an assistive device or a technology is one, environment is another. Like, I may have the best of, automobile, car, but if there are no roads, what do you do? Likewise, if I have a screen reader, the world's best screen reader, or speech to text, but if that platform doesn't support that technology, so this is like at the digital space. Rural India is largely focused on what? If you look at mobility, if you look at communication, and hearing aid, cochlear implant, wheelchair, walker, tricycle. So and as Dr. Mohammed Ashil said, that we can never meet that target, that 68%. So do people with disability in the rural India, are they aware about all this? That there is something called assistive technology, there's something called assistive device. And this is not something like, I sit on my wheelchair, it's enabler, I like it, I like my wheelchair. A lot of people don't like it. They don't see it as an enabler, they see it as a stigma. The moment you are in a wheelchair, then you see that the person is incapable, the person is sick, to be taken care of. So do you see that that's a part of a challenge that we are still stuck in these conferences like this? I speak about 80 mostly in conferences, but if you go to the community, the discourse is again different. It's a very beneficiary model that you have. So wanted your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I would definitely agree that there is a lack of awareness. When you talk about lack of awareness, there is also no such opportunities, because you see that we talk about identification of certain diseases and healthcare and other things, but there is no dissemination of information even at the PHCs or at the grassroots level, anything about AT system. Secondly, like I come across a very good model in Tamil Nadu. Actually, like there is something called Museum of Possibilities, which was actually a joint venture between the government of Tamil Nadu as well as by an NGO, where there is a display of products for the public where they can actually, a user can come and experience. Such kind of an opportunities are not exist in many places. So that could be a second challenge. Third, not only on the user side, but also I would say that even the healthcare provider side also, there is much less awareness about the kind of technology and the products. Because people many times believe that what they thought about 5 or 10 years before was still persist, but things are changing. So I would say that there is a lack of awareness even at the provider side also. So yes.
Right. Thank you. I come back to you, Sapna. You being part of the PSA's office, facilitating collaborations between academia, industry. So is disability sector also your priority? And to facilitate between academia and industry to bring knowledge, innovation, so that issues around system of information sharing, awareness, investment. Your thoughts on that? What is been the PSA's focus?
Yeah. So we built a platform called Manthan, which is basically has a large demand and supply side. The demand side is largely the foundations as well as the industries who would like to fund innovations as well as working with academia on research and so on. So both research and innovations in differently abled or PWD space is quite, we are encouraging, and we have a complete section on it, and we have organizations like Emphasis, L&T, Bajaj, Google, and quite a few of them who are in this space. We also have a whole host of foundations like Assistive Tech Foundation, your organization of Golden CPDP, and so on. So organizations of this nature, for instance, the AtHub itself, as you're aware, was put on Manthan, and we selected the institutes and gradually moved to BHU and so on. So the idea is to source, let it be democratic so that all institutes and all startups have a fair chance to apply to develop these innovative practices and innovative solutions. And this also have the PWD per se, because we allow grassroots as well. We have no issues on if you're incubated, not incubated, if you're on your free will, you can either research or be innovative. So that's why this platform has been developed, so that people meet with each other and they are able to develop. So, and on top of it, as an office, because we also have an interest, so we build this whole platform called Swarajability, which is basically Youth for Jobs funded through Kotak Bank. And then we got IIT Hyderabad to develop this using an AI engine for placements of PWDs. And we also got a whole host of industries onboarded on that. So that's one project that we have done as well.
So one out of syllabus question again. So what do you think is the government's focus on assistive technology and innovation, particularly to do with persons with disability? When I say this government's focus, I see from a policy, so you're not directly, you're not involved in policies yourself. But if you look at Ayushman Bharat scheme on insurance, the government says that every person over the age of 70 years, irrespective of your income strata, you are covered automatically in Ayushman Bharat. It gives you 5 lakh rupees of insurance. So there is a will, that the government has a focus on that thing. So similarly, when I say that, what is your feel? Though you don't work directly with policy, what do you think is the government's focus on assistive technology, particularly to do with persons with disability?
Yeah, so I think the Ministry of Social Justice would be more, be able to answer this. But we do work with that ministry, and the current secretary, at least we've been working a lot with him. So the whole idea is to have as many innovations in this space and make it more low cost, as well as on ed tech related to these and so on. So that's what we've been focusing on. I'm not very sure about the schemes per se, because I'm not working in that space. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to add, particularly on the point of insurance when it comes to assistive technology. So that's a very interesting question, because when you see even Ayushman Bharat and also the existing insurance schemes under the government and the private insurance schemes, doesn't particularly address to the need of assistive technology and rehabilitation. This is an area which the insurance companies are reluctant to put their money into. So last year we had a discussion in the Niti Aayog with the insurance and the insurance regulatory body. So WHO was part of that discussion. So the discussion primarily come upon how do we act. There are multiple acts. One is a person who is already disabled and have some functional limitation and who require an assistive device. How is his insurance covered? And can I take a presumptive insurance, like for example, any person can take an insurance that if he require an assistive technology in the long run, he may get that assistive technology. Or the other condition where there is a person with disability who would be having a medical condition also, how to give him an insurance. So these are multiple angles. And what was told that 21 products were identified by various agencies. They said that they were having these products as insurance products, which would be covering assistive technology rehab. But there are multiple catches in that. It is not actually covering what is required, and sometimes the premium is too high for a person with disability to pay, and because the person with disability has to pay more premium than the others. So there are multiple angles to it, and assistive technology as a policy thing is currently being discussed at the Insurance Regulatory Authority of India and at Niti Aayog on getting into a consensus of how to do that. And many models have been discussed, including the Australian model in that. So particularly to add on that point, this insurance part and assistive technology is being discussed at the policy level, but not at a level where it actually comes into a practice. Thank you.
No, I have this habit of saying insurance 200 times every day. Because we initiated the issue of insurance and disabled people. That's how ministry is following up. Now that you have said so much, I would like to tell you that my wheelchair is one of the only wheelchair in the country which is insured. Yes, because this wheelchair cost me 5 lakh rupees. So it is insured by SBI General. It is 1 year old already. I have renewed it also. So because I travel a lot, so I feel that, it might break during my travel, it might fall or something. So in our country, you can insure a bicycle, you can insure a TV, a mobile phone, but you cannot insure an assistive device. It's very expensive. Some of them, good ones, are expensive. and they should be able to do that. I got my health insurance after 5 years of advocacy, after going through 3, and I pay 4 times your premium. And I only get 5 lakh rupees. That's a discussion for another day. So, anyways, that's you've again instigated me. This word, no trigger. I get triggered about insurance because we have started a campaign to include disability into Ayushman Bharat, and this is going on. Yeah, so that is something we're doing. So, yeah, I know you're part of it, and we have received about 5,000 people responding to our survey. Senthil has helped in a big way from South India, where we are asking people with disability about, do they have insurance? Have they tried to get into Ayushman Bharat? What is the rejection thing? And then we want to bring a policy where all disabled people should have a scheme like Ayushman Bharat, where they at least get 5 lakh. I'm not talking about assistive device. I'm not talking about rehabilitation, but any other illness. Anyways, yes, yeah.
I mean, about mental health, they've added that in the insurance. I mean, my brother is schizophrenic, so I know. But when you go to an insurance firm, they just refuse. And then who's going to sit and fight that entire thing?
You know, the problem, Sapna, is that we keep looking outside. Yes. We don't look within. You know, we are a unique country with our unique problems and advantages. But when we want to do something for our own people, we keep looking outside. We have to stop doing that. You know, the kind of country we are and the kind of culture and the traditions and the systems that we follow is very unique from the rest of the world. So for our own people, we need to find our own solutions. Yes. So
when it is there in the policy, it's there in your policy, but it's not there in the, I mean, the implementation is the gap there.
So I think another problem is that people with disability don't ask. They don't ask. I think, yeah. I think this is very important that insurance also came in the discussion of assistive device, because affordability is a huge problem. You know, when it comes to accessibility has, you know, 2 significant barriers, like affordability in India for an 80 of, like, you know, you heard Senthil saying that the quality is an issue with the product that is distributed free and of cost. So, like a diverse panel we have here with national, international, and the grassroots organizations here. What do you think we can do, you know, together to, you know, this to solve the issue of affordability of, you know, quality assistive devices? And I will repeat myself, you know, that assistive technology and device is a choice.
Yes.
I should be given choice of 10 devices which I pick according to my need, according to my, you know, the financial capacity that I have. Like I buy my shirt, like I buy my shoe, you know, I try, and it's like that. But it just not be a commodity to be distributed thing. So, you know, so Dr. Grover, with you, like, what do you think?
I think I'm taking a lead from all the panelists and keeping in view of my experiences. I think way back, if Ashil will agree with me, that, you know, in our country, rightly said that we have our unique problems. It's a unique country, and we have diverse range of problems. When we talk about the programs, I really remember that we had the reproductive and child health program. For contraception, we had the basket of choices. Okay, it was up to the lady or the women to choose that what contraception they are going to take. And because they were made little bit costly, they were made affordable, and they were made little, you know, over-the-counter available kind of a choice. So why are we not making this as one of the, you know, available choices and multiple levels of products? And it is not that we cannot make it. And I think ICMR has done some effort to collaborate with IITs to give some indigenous solutions to that. So hopefully, and I think over another 10 to 15 years, it's a little later period I just mentioned, but maybe earlier also, we should have some indigenous solutions. And I had been to the IIT Guwahati, where they are making so many good products, and which can be really made it from the from the local, you know, markets, like the bamboo products and, like, you know, the cane, which can be really made it more affordable. And whenever there is a difficulty, rightly said, we always look at the West. What they have done, we have to copy to that. But no, we have so many resources. So one is that we need to have indigenous production to be made available and empower the ideas, innovation, like you, that a hub. So that really we should have not more one hub, we should have more such hubs which can be getting promoted. So you have 4 hubs, rightly, I may be not knowing, but 4 is not enough. 4 is not enough. 4 is not enough. Funding will come, sir. We have huge funding, sir. We have huge funding. Now we are a Department of Health Research, sir. The Department of Health Research, and I think if we want to take it to the program level, and I'm the one who is heading the division, we can take it to the program level if we have the good models with us. And I mean, there is no, we can have a scheme of around 1100 crores. When we have a scheme of 1100 crores, which is still running to augment the research program in the medical colleges, why can't we have specially program for the assistive products
Madam,
as a special
Monday
scheme?
I'll come to your office, ma'am.
Please do come, sir. Please do come. We need to find solutions. And secondly is we should not go away with joining hands with the private organizations. When we talk about the national, international, I see lots and lots of scope in private organizations,
No,
NGOs.
I must again put on record that Emphasis M1 Foundation been supporting disability from last 20 years. And no unrestricted, whatever is needed. So I think Bajaj and Sapna shared, like Google and other people are coming. I think if the government kind of creates an ecosystem of getting more private people on board, I think there'll be a huge investment that can come into disability.
Yeah, we just lost.
But Dr. Grover, I wanted you to mention about affordability. What do you think these collaborations can kind of make it? Yes. So what should be done?
No, I think for collaboration, we really need to first is a trust, sir. You have to trust the organizations with each other. If you do not trust the organizations, if you do not have the same wavelength of the leaderships, probably, I remember that I was just talking to Sapna off the ground that when we had the previous principal scientific advisor, Dr. Vijay Raghavan. So we had the intersectoral coordination project, which was initiated, and all the secretaries of the department used to sit together, and now that is not happening anymore. Like, we need to have the willpower that, of course, the one activity has been started, it will continue. But I will just take one small example that, like, we just lost Ratan. Yeah, just few days ago, and very good initiative which he did, that asking for the eye screening. Most of the drivers, they don't know that what are their needs of their spectacles, and similarly most of the people in rural areas don't know what are their needs. But if the need is there, will the demand be met? Number one. Number two, and if the demand is also there, do they know that where are the sources? If ASHA workers comes across a person who needs a stick, who needs a wheelchair, does she know where she should refer the case to be? Secondly, the equitable distribution. The devices and the scheme comes to the sarpanch. Scheme comes to the leader of that society or the village. He distributes it to its own people. Again, the most needy people remains unprivileged. So we need to focus on the equitable distribution, need to focus on like collaboration, the roads are there. So we need collaboration at all levels, sir, and we need a commitment. Before commitment, we cannot move forward, sir.
Senthil? Affordability, and how do we think you can...
so I think maybe one thing what we can focus more is also on data, because you see that business, if you either think as a business or whatever it is, data is important for somebody to actually take it. Maybe we need to emphasize more on data to see that how much is the real market and what is that all about. At multiple forums, including at larger companies and everything, could be a way to actually think about it. I'm sorry. The second is more about, as you said, it's also about the awareness at multiple levels. I still remember some of the CSRs and foundations still operate at a per beneficiary cost. What is a per beneficiary cost? So when it comes to disability, it is not one service which actually is going to make them enable, empower and all that. So when you wanted to enable and empower, I think you need to think about as a holistic way, as rehab, aids and appliances, nutritional support, education, livelihood, etc., which is not going to, which will not be answered just by talking about a per beneficiary cost. I think even the awareness at the CSR and the foundation levels should be actually been increased. And again, when we have regulatory standards for many things in India today, why not regulatory standards for AT products? Even for the AT products which has been distributed by the government, or the AT products which has been coming up with the startup companies. So there is no regulatory standards to it, which also actually make a struggle in terms of creating affordable products in the market. I feel like these are some of the things which we can definitely able to overcome in the future.
Thank you. Dr. Mohammed?
Yeah, thank you very much. So these three things of accessibility, affordability, and also awareness actually goes hand in hand. So when it comes to starting from the point where of the standards, so once that the essential assistive products came, ICMR is currently working on the fixing the standards with the BIS. So that's something that's a good way to start. But when talking of collaborations, the private sector working, recently, last week, we had a discussion with the Assam government taking initiative on saturation of distribution of spectacles, just one assistive product, saturation of distribution of spectacles for all who require refractive errors, who are refractive errors. Then we realized, so WHO is providing the technical assistance for that. So when we do the stakeholder analysis, we understood that there are at least 16 stakeholders working in distribution of assistive devices within Assam. So we had a discussion and we thought that we'll actually bring them together. And there are organizations who are distributing at 59 rupees, and there are organizations which are distributing at 1,500 rupees. So this is the subsidized, right? And also some people are distributing at no cost also. So how do we bring this together? And the creation of awareness is another important thing. So we were discussing that why don't we put the standard start in the public place and give a call center number. So multiple creation of an awareness is another big part. So if for who doesn't know, there is WHO TAP, if there is a training in assistive products and online module, which can be accessed by, this is an open course. You can do that course. This is basic awareness on assistive devices for the grassroots level workers. Its Malayalam module is piloted in NIPMR, NIPMR, and its vision module is now piloted in Assam, and its hearing is piloted in Delhi. So what is being done is that creation of awareness not only on the people who are in the healthcare providers, to the grassroots level workers and to the public. Because if you go to some place and you see that a person is having some difficulty in you can suggest that this is an assistive product which is available, and awareness actually brings in demand. When you have the demand, obviously there is a lot of market which need to be shown to them that this is the market. When market comes, we need to increase the atomicity of the market. There is no question in that. Currently, the cochlear implantation market, it's largely an oligopolistic market. Only 3 companies, they decide the rate and that's done. Why don't we have this thing? These players, multiple players need to come in and they need to see the market for sure. You call it in any way, the industry, it's run by the market. So the hearing aid, whichever the market may be, that actually need to be shown, and also to the next level, and making sure that there is a provision system in that.
Right. Sapna wants to add something.
So we are working on something called the RUTAG Smart Village Centers, basically rural, to take integrated rural technologies. So the whole idea is set up a RSVC, as we call it, with CSR funding in a village panchayat level, which caters to about 15 to 20 villages maximum. Each RSVC will cater to 20 of them, so that there is deep engagements with these households. So the first level is to have agriculture services, because of the fact the household themselves pay for it, and hence it will be sustainable. RSVC at least will be sustainable. Every year we are not going to CSR or government and so on. On top of it, we build the other integrated technologies. We build affordable housing, renewable energy technology, and so on, right? EdTech and all of that. That's where assistive technology also could be one layer, which basically the requirement gathering can be done by the RSVC, and we have something called the RSVC Sathis, basically village level entrepreneurs, who go deeper into the villages and ask them what is their technology requirement. So if there is an assistive technology requirement or agriculture technology requirement, EdTech and so on, right? So that is the way we gather the information, we get the market that he was talking about for all the villages. So we've set up 15 RSVCs multiplied by 20 villages. We said all tracks need to run in these 20, and then we scale up steadily, rather than going all across and then doing few tracks and messing it up. Obviously, funding also comes from philanthropy, so it is limited in nature. So this is where I think we should have a couple of things there. One is requirement gathering, market, and then innovative practices from Manthan, and then organizations like yours and the AVDs to actually take it to the ground. And Dr. Grover also mentioned that she would be happy to do the validation and the funding, etc.
Dr. Grover, I'm meeting on Monday.
Excellent.
So So
Yeah,
this brings me to the last question, because it's lunchtime. People are already leaving. So in 30 seconds, each one of you, what would be your vision for future of AT in India? And how do we ensure that no one is left behind? From you, Dr.
I think that itself is a big sentence. You said no one is left behind, and I feel that I see that future is very bright for this, especially for the marketers, especially for the manufacturers. But from the user's perspective, I must say that we have to have some regulatory systems in place so that we have a kind of, we don't have the oversurge of the spectacles, oversurge of the hearing devices. So we need to have some quality standards as well. So until unless we don't have the quality standards, probably we will not be able to reach the Viksit Bharat 2047.
I am very optimistic in the future of assistive technology in India, and the only thing is the pace. Only we have to accelerate the pace. Yesterday, the World Telecom Services Standardization Assembly was happening, and there was a session, the WHO was hosting with ITU on a session on safe listening and assistive technology. So there are possibilities, many possibilities are there. Every sector actually need to come in this, industries, education, every sector has to come in this. And what we and the organizations, our collective effort need to be accelerate that pace. It's an inevitable, that's the boom in this market, and the way the inclusivity, the drive for inclusivity is an inevitable this progress in humankind. So the only thing is that how much acceleration we can bring in, and it's our collective effort which brings that. Thank you.
I think maybe we need to think about a national AT policy at this point of time, keeping some 5 to 10 years in mind. That's number one. Number two, I think we need to think about moving from an institutional model of AT to a community-based model of AT. That could definitely help in order to achieve our vision of leaving no one behind. The third one, I think that there need to be some investment need to be made in terms of creating awareness, sensitization, as well as capacity building at the grassroots levels, in case if you think about reaching to the last mile. Number four, I would say that when you talk about R&Ds, as Madam also mentioned about regulations, and also see that where we need to invest on R&D, rather than sometimes I also see when I was a panel in some of the places I have seen there is no medical or paramedical professional part of the panel when you talk about AAT. It's more about a technologist sitting and discussing about a product which actually exists maybe like 30, 40 years. I think that there need to be a change over there. And finally, I also see that it's a fragmented segment today of each of us actually doing our own parts. I think that need to be closed. The gap should be closed, and we all need to come together to ensure that the vision of no one left behind should be achieved.
Sapna?
So I think, like I mentioned in the beginning of the whole thing, that we talk about innovations, we talk about government, we talk about CSR, all of them. So I think coming together of all these for ensuring that people don't get left out is the most important. Today, each one of us are doing our own thing. And things like Manthan, RSVCs are actually ensuring that the collaborations happen together. That's what we should be doing.
Thank you so much, everyone. And this brings us to end of this very important and lively panel discussion on assistive technology and future collaborations of national and international organizations. To my mind, the onus lies on the people with disability in this country. And till the time disabled people don't come forward and play a leadership role, they will continue to be a number, the per beneficiary cost of beneficiary. And the policy paralysis that we face around disability is kind of doing a lot of harm. The AT policy in India, it is being framed for last 1.5 years. So we are coming out with a white paper. The AtHub at NCPADP is coming out with a white paper on AT policy in India. And that will kind of create a little pressure on the government to come up with the AT policy. And the ecosystem has to work. Disabilities does not need to be fixed. It needs support like everybody else needs support for everything they do in their life. And I think we are in a great space. Being a young country, a lot of young people with disability are able to articulate their thoughts. They are able to participate in various discourse, putting their thoughts on the table. So, and with collaborators and partners like all of you all here on this platform, we have a bright future ahead. So thank you so much, Empower and Akila, for this opportunity. This brings us to the end of this session. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Arman. It felt like a walk, like you took all of us on a walk, giving us a landscape view. And thanks to each one of the panelists, all of you bringing in your diverse perspectives. And Dr. Sapna was literally putting all the pieces together and chalking out a strategy map. So it was wonderful to see that all coming together so well. Thanks a lot, all of you. And we can disperse now for lunch, and we come back here at 2 o'clock for the next session. Everyone, thanks for being a lovely audience.
Privilege to welcome the convener of this session, Dr. Manohar Swaminathan. Manohar Swaminathan is the senior principal researcher at Microsoft Research India with the Technologies and Empowerment Group. His current focus is on expanding access to emerging technologies, including generative AI, to the people with disabilities using the methodology of ludic design for accessibility. Before joining Microsoft Research, he has had several educational and professional experiences. He held faculty positions in the US and at the Indian Institute of Science, co-founded several technology companies, and served as an angel investor and advisor to startups. I welcome Dr. Manohar Swaminathan to introduce the theme and speakers of this session. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Raji. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. And post-lunch session, I'm sure the speakers will keep you awake and excited. And so I won't stand between you and the speakers. So just a brief word about this session. Broadly, it is AI and accessibility, mainly because AI is the buzzword and we cannot leave it out. But more importantly, long-term, AI has indeed huge potential for people with disabilities, as like everyone else. So in this session, the invited speakers, I wanted to get from the big tech, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, I'm missing somebody. But I think the Google speaker, Arun, is going to give a separate talk tomorrow. And here we will have the speakers from Microsoft and Amazon. But before all of that, close to my heart is the open source movement. And our first speaker is going to be Dr. Sunil from the Institute. I think he will explain it better. Let me just look it up. So this is, so Kerala has been a leader in open source software for many, many years. So Dr. Sunil is the director of the International Center for Free and Open Source Software in Trivandrum, where he leads strategic initiatives to promote free and open source software. He has a PhD in electrical engineering from IIT Bombay. And before his current role, he used to be a professor at the College of Engineering, Attingal in Trivandrum. So Dr. Sunil will talk about long-term open source as well as short-term. We have to start ground up. So I'll invite Dr. Sunil first, and then I'll introduce the other speakers as they come along.
Just a second, let me fix up my, just a second. So can you, yeah, hope this is visible. So thank you very much for Manohar for that kind words. And also I would like to thank Anish for inviting me over for this session. So I'll be speaking about how we used FOSS principles and FOSS procedures to develop assistive devices at ICFOSS. So ICFOSS is, as Manohar said, it's a center established by Government of Kerala for promoting FOSS solutions. And see, Kerala is a leader in FOSS technologies. And one of the major initiatives that Kerala government has taken is to enter into assistive technologies using FOSS tools, whether the assistive devices, assistive technologies can be augmented with FOSS tools. So our assistive division is a small group. We work on various aspects of assistive technologies, especially for two different areas. One is adaptive devices for visually impaired people, and the second one is for learning aids for people with learning disabilities. We have a small stall in the exhibition area. All of you are invited to visit it. So some of the tools, the open and FOSS tools or FOSS devices that we have currently developed are shown here. The one is in a crossword. I will come to how we did it in the next few slides. some of these tools or some of these products have been completed and technology level up to production level we have reached. See, maybe you can see some of them. The first one is a puzzle for word puzzle, and the second one is a Braille learner thing. So the devices are here. You can also look at there. No stall also. The other one is a map, tactile map, which I think there was a presentation about it sometime back in other hall. So the other devices that we have, we are trying to enter into the STEM education, where visually impaired people can be taught STEM subjects like science, maths, etc. So some of the things we have done. And the last thing is a very interesting thing. See, the last one is a currency identifier. I have it with me here. So if you, so it's here. It's a purse kind of thing. It's a Braille enabled purse where you can put your notes. So each notes can be the visually impaired people can identify it. Maybe it's written here. So you can have a look at it if you come to our store. So maybe this may be a good gift article which some of you can give also. See, some of other learning disability devices that we have, we're trying to develop is these letter builder, things like word builder, writing assistant. These are mainly for people with learning disabilities. So, okay. So mainly, our principles, our design principles are based on open source or free and open source philosophy, in which whatever we do, we do practical research, applied research in the assistive technology field. We don't patent it. We keep the designs. We open up the designs for the benefit of humanity, so that say you need not reinvent the wheel next time when somebody is trying to build some of these things. All the designs that we have developed is freely available for download. Some of the 3D printing files, say you can get it from our website, or maybe if you want to, some of you want to build some of them for you, or take up some specialized devices, you can approach us. So I will explain the challenges that were involved in a typical design, why we should go for forced technologies, why the community should take up projects for assistive devices. With say my remaining talk will focus on how we did such a thing. So as I already mentioned, the assistive technology division was formulated at IC4 some 5 years back, with a mandate that they said that you do some assistive things. So when we looked up at it, so most of the people were doing at software things. So there are a lot of software initiatives where you can have screen readers, where you have other initiatives, etc. So we thought we will look at some hardware, where how to design hardware, how to implement or work on products that can help people in building their own life across it. So what we did was, we looked at we had certain consultative meetings with the blind schools, teachers from blind schools in Kerala. There are around 12 government schools in Kerala. So some of the teachers, the stakeholders were invited, and we had initial discussion, and we formulated some of the necessities, needs which the people, these students require. So we identified, once we identified some of them, the task was to design and build things. So one of the ideas that came up in one of our workshops was to build a word puzzle. A puzzle, so that we have all these kind of puzzles. You see, those with vision, the students with vision, they have all this kind of puzzle that we can try out. But those people with impairment, they need some kind of puzzles. So what we did was, we went through this assessment process, this design process, and initially, we talked to a lot of stakeholders, we looked at the literature, then we did a 3D design. So how a typical puzzle should look like. Then we 3D printed it. So the result is this. This is the result. The first iteration, you can see this. This one we built. So it doesn't look very nice. It doesn't really look nice at all. But since this is a research kind of thing, we send them to further evaluation. People did a lot of evaluation. They gave us feedback, and then we came up with this one. This one. This is the second prototype that we built. Maybe it took, say, some time for us to build it. The entire design was redesigned. Everything is 3D printed. We have a good 3D printing facility at our office. The entire thing is, we have printed it. Braille letters are here. The size, etc., etc. And this continued. This particular iteration again continued. And then, finally, our final product, maybe I think I can show you here. This is my final outcome that came up from the right side. You can see this one that's being shown here. So there are a lot of letter blocks here under this, beneath this. See, if you come to one of our stalls, you can show you how all these things are organized and how we do this. So then, once we finalized it, we sent this to the blind school at Verzakad. It's a government school where students did some real-time evaluation, and based upon those things, we did some more refinement. Maybe students or the teachers suggested some more thing, and now this is the final product that we designed. So once the final product is done, we got some funding from one of the agencies for distribution among students. So we built around 200. So these are all 3D printed. All the models are there. Since the market is not very huge, so we took an initiative of designing cases, covers, etc. And we 3D printed them. And it's now ready for distribution with us. That formal distribution is yet to happen, maybe due to them, maybe the minister wants to launch it or something. It's waiting. But anyway, this has been tested and ready. The product has been designed. So typically, a typical company will withhold everything. So they will sell you this for, say, 2,000 rupees, 1,000 rupees, you can see, sell. But instead of that, our mandate is that you open up everything. The entire design sequence where we started off, where the initial designs, final designs, entire documentation, everything is available online. We have open sourced it. So any person across the world can download it and 3D print it. So that's what we have done. So if some of you want to build, say, 100 of them, we can do. We have the facilities, we have the contacts and all these things. Yes, you want 100. Okay, done. How many do you want? One. One is difficult. The problem is that, see, you need some 100 loads to be economical. This is one of the development sequence that we have done. So this is only one product that I am doing now. So so far we have not tried to market. The government has been funding us. Government has been funding us for development. So we are trying to see, all these things are here. So you can scan the QR code. You can scan this QR code. All our designs, everything. Time is up, sir. 2 minutes. Okay. Then we have certain other products, say the designs that we have done. So this is a tactile map. We have electronics. We have audio feedback. We have, see, this can be converted into any region of the world. See, these designs are also online. So other products that we have done is fine motor skill improvement. If you, some of you can please come to our stall. My team will be there. They will explain you to how these kinds of things are done. So what we have is, we have the ability to design. So ours is not a commercial group. We are as kind of a government-funded NGO. Maybe I call myself as a government-funded NGO, where we do applied research on this kind of thing, and we open up things. So this is another thing, another iteration of another product that we have. It's basically to teach you the idea about prisms. So this is for 8th standard or so, where normal students are taught prisms, light, etc. But we have tried to enable it into tactile format so that these people can do. See, these are some of the other products under development where you can 3D print. See, this, the first, on the left is a Braille, pre-Braille learner kind of thing. See, maybe I don't know whether this is I am conveying the proper idea. You see, it is with me here or in the stall. You can just go and try how you can learn Braille with this one, this particular thing. So we are trying to improve bigger things, like we are trying to develop models, prototypes with which we can teach math, etc., Taylor kind of board, etc. We are trying to do it. We are located very nearby. So all the participants are invited to visit us, our facilities here. We are located very near to Nish, maybe some 5 kilometers from here, near the Techno Park, the International Stadium. We have an office here. And see, we are interested in taking up this kind of research kind of projects. We probably we are also interested in collaborations with other people, other problems, where this kind of applied research can help people in building a better tomorrow. So thank you for, I think my time is up. Okay, thank you very much. And here is my team. So my team is here itself. Jaydev, Divya, and Avishak, they're all here. You can, they did it, not me. So being only a senior level guy. So you can please visit them in the store. They'll be here today and tomorrow. You can just have a look at what we have done. And finally, one more word. So I did not touch AI at all. Sorry. So AI, in fact, my own training was in AI. I have done my PhD work in artificial intelligence, but unfortunately, the AI part can come. We have a small other projects also running at IC4, which are software and things. We are looking at some sign language thing. We are looking at some kind of speech to text, etc. There, which may also be interest to some of you people. We are mostly, every system we do, we run on a free software platform without any royalty. So to the true spirit of FOSS technologies, we are opening up this to entire world. Thank you. So can I stop? Done? Something else?
One question?
Yeah, please, sir. Questions are welcome, always. Yeah, there's mic. Somewhere here you have a mic.
In the software world, we understand the wide reach of open source software.
Yeah.
But when you talk about in the hardware designs being open, I want you to share your experience of how many people actually print it, because you yourself, when a request came for 1 unit. So one of the challenges is that actually mass production of such devices will actually make it reachable to people. In terms of, because once you do molding and all, you can really get a very low cost proliferation and you can do volumes. That is one question. Second, if somebody, let's say we are a non-profit, if we were to take this design, mass produce it, are we allowed to do it and charge people for the solution that we are providing?
So first thing, we can mass produce it. We have actually one of these designs with molded thing. We have a mold thing we have. We have done that also. See, you have that with you. No, she will show you that, the molded one. Also, secondly,
No, my
say-
question was how many people are actually downloading and actually 3D printing, because access
No,
to having 3D.
we have put it everything up, but that publicity portion,
because it's
now only I'm
expensive.
starting. So I'm just starting now. Maybe this being the first time we are participating in Empower Conference. How many of you know about IC4s and our work? I think this
That's
4
fine.
5 months, 4 5 years we have been working on this. So, so far I think this kind of thing has not happened. Very few downloads are there, as you said. But I think as the time goes on, this will happen. Also, there is a scope for doing manufacturing, as you said, molding, getting
No,
the
but
molds and all.
normally this open source things also put a lot of restriction that other person.
No,
who
no, that
manuf-
licensing, as such, we have not done any licensing.
No, no,
This
no.
is,
Are we allowed? Let's say
Yeah,
I
you are
make
allowed.
it. Am I allowed to charge my clients what
Yeah,
I'm
that-
making it?
Yeah,
That's
that
a
kind
tricky
of,
part.
maybe we need some kind of a revenue for us also. We might.
Maybe I'll
Yeah,
interrupt
we'll-
and
yeah,
then,
yeah.
Thanks, Bala.
Yeah.
Sorry, one is interest of time, we'll move on, but that's a very important point where open source in software is very different from open source in hardware. And so you need to have a hardware license, which is an old topic, but we will move on to the next one in the interest of time. The next speaker is Nidhi Jain. And I'm personally very delighted to have her give this talk because she's my colleague at Microsoft. We have been interacting over 5 years, and this is the first time I am meeting her in person. So she's a senior product manager working with multiple products of Windows. In particular, she looks at Windows assistive technologies like Narrator, Voice Access, Cortana, and Microsoft Search for Enterprise. She has a master's from IIM Ahmedabad. And being visually impaired herself, she has been actively working in the disability ERG group at Microsoft Research. And one point I wanted to mention is when a person with any disability is promoting and lobbying for people with disabilities, the general idea is others think, oh, you have been hired because you are disabled. They basically identify that person with a disability. And so it becomes even more hard for people with disabilities to advocate for themselves and for others because they're immediately labeled. And so it's very important for us to recognize that they are doing an extra work. Their main job is not that advocacy. They are a senior product manager, but they are taking the time to do the advocacy themselves. So I'm delighted to have Nidhi here, and Madhu is our next speaker. Please go ahead, Nidhi. Looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Manohar, for the opportunity and for the lovely introduction. As he said, post-lunch sessions, a lot of onus for me to keep you all active. All of us know that more than 1 billion people in the world have some form of a disability, right? Let it be vision, hearing, mobility, cognitive, or speech. I don't think this is an audience I need to explain all of that about. And similarly, at Microsoft, we take accessibility and inclusive design very seriously, right? It is an important part and parcel of the product design, right from like the conceptual phase, right? So inclusive design is really important from day one. All the product makers, irrespective of the roles we are in, are asked to make sure we are thinking about including everybody in the process of making products and also building things that are usable, because all of us could be in situations, temporary or permanent, wherein we ourselves need these assistive technologies one day, right? So in the next 15 minutes or so, I'm going to talk about various features and products where we've used AI as a sliver and sort of made the impossible possible for people with disabilities, right? I know AI is helping people be very productive, but for people with disabilities, it's about making impossible possible. So I would start with the first segment, which is a user segment of people with blind or low vision. This segment of users, we all hear screen readers all day. And here's how Narrator, our inbox screen reader in Windows, used to sound. Let's listen to the audio.
Blind Windows users are still experiencing significant cognitive load with Narrator's robotic voices.
So it is so robotic to hear this voice, right? It is so tiring. Did you all not feel so robotic it is? Did you? Please respond if you did. I am blind myself, and I'm so tired listening to this all day. Now, let's listen to the other voice.
And that is why we shipped new US English natural voices powered by Azure AI in SV2. And in the next release, we will continue on that journey and add more languages.
I love the human-like voice the voice transition into. And we see that a lot of us, I'm hoping you all were delighted to hear the voice as well. And this is possible because of advancement in AI, neural voices through the Azure Cognitive Services that Microsoft provides. And we've integrated those voices into Narrator so that when you are lazing around in the evening or doing an important meeting in the morning, you are getting a good voice that you're listening to and not getting fatigued out of the robotic voice you're hearing. Similarly, now let's move on to talking about generative AI, which is the buzzword, right? Like, for this segment, I request all of you all to close your eyes or look somewhere and not at the screen for a moment, right? I want you all to imagine or visualize what comes to your mind when you hear this, right? And I'll read it out. Okay, are we good? Should I say? Okay. A picture of a window with some objects on it. Okay, what did you visualize? A picture of a window with some objects on it. Anybody who wants to shout out, what did you visualize? Oh, desktop. Okay. Window with a flower pot. Oh, nice. Very good. Last one? Great. Window with a pen stand, and I missed the last word. But okay, now if you could look at the, we'll play a video. Don't look at the image immediately, but again, try and close your eyes or look away, whatever is comfortable for you, and listen to this audio now. Could we
The
play
image shows a storefront with 2 large glass windows and a concrete sidewalk in the foreground. The left window has a reflection of trees and a car parked outside. The text wedding cakes is visible on this window, positioned centrally and is large enough to be easily readable. The right window displays an advertisement with text and a phone number. The text "Call us today" is at the top, followed by the phone number 425-828-0926 below it. The website hoffmansfinecakes.com is also visible at the bottom of the advertisement. A large, multi-tiered cake with flowers is depicted to the left of the text on the same window. The sidewalk is made of square concrete tiles and is visibly clean, with minor stains. The bottom edge of the windows is lined with a concrete base.
Describe the cake.
The cake in the image is a multi-tiered wedding cake. It has white icing and is decorated with various flowers and leaves, adding a touch of color to the otherwise white cake. The flowers are in shades of yellow, pink, and white. The cake is displayed in a window, with text above it encouraging people to call for wedding cakes.
Which number can I call?
You can call 425-828-0926.
Okay. Did you all imagine and visualize what was happening, or it was too much? Imagine? Wasn't it vivid and descriptive enough, so much so that a blind person or a person with low vision who is not able to see what the image was, and earlier AI would give us descriptions like the first one that I shared with you, which is a picture of a window with objects, versus the second one. By the way, I use Seeing AI, which is our free mobile application on iOS and Android, which essentially could describe all of these rich images and the ability to ask for specific questions on top of it. So these are a few ways we are using the power of generative AI to make life easy for people who are blind, right? And while this is general, you also want to personalize your AI to yourself, right? So in the next section, we are going to talk about how you can actually train a model on your phone using the Seeing AI application. So it is personal to you, and sort of recognize your pair of keys, your pair of sunglasses, your AirPods, and not the one that your brother or sister or somebody else uses. So a small video in which we'll first show how you could train the model by just showing the making your phone look at the object, and post that you could recognize the object and it'll guide you, right? I remember I was just talking to Vidya. She said, oh, somebody gave me somebody else's bag. This is not my bag. And I was wondering, oh, what if she could have used this feature to train and find her bag herself? So let's play this.
S. Done. Back button. Demo shows instructions on how to record videos for Find My Things. Next button. Back button. 25% completed. 50% completed. 75% completed. Back button. Close button.
So you finish recording the
Find my
video, so
button.
that now
Quick help
it's
button.
trained.
AirPods button. Keys button. Keys alert find button. Close button. Looking for keys. Finish button. Keys ahead.
And so it has started to give a stream of audio cues in which you have to move your phone and yourself to pick it up. So Find My Things is another channel available on Seeing AI, again, our free mobile application. Do try it out, everybody. And I would encourage even sighted users to try it out and give us feedback. The last part within the blind and low vision segment is something futuristic. It's available. So I'm really excited to talk to you about how now in future Seeing AI could also be used to get video described, right? So get audio descriptions if you're looking at a video, you're not sure what's exactly happening. So I have a short clip. There is a lot to improve here. It's an experimental thing right now, but I'm very happy to share what the possibilities of generative AI could be. Let's
The user
play
selects
this
a video of a cat in their photo gallery. They click the button Recognize Seeing AI. A sped video of a white screen with black text that says Processing plays. A new screen appears that shows a video player with text underneath it.
A person's hand is holding a small white object, possibly a toy, in front of a curious white kitten on a carpeted floor.
Yeah.
The white kitten was walking on a wooden floor towards a room with a patterned rug and furniture.
So the audio descriptions of what's happening in the video is happening real time. This is not available right now on Seeing AI directly, but this is something that's coming in the future, so watch out for that. Now let's move on to people who are hard of hearing or are deaf. Captions are a very important tool for people who cannot follow along with audio, right? And so, yes, you all must have, looked at captions in your team meetings or your Zoom calls, etc. What we've gone ahead and done is within your Windows 11 system itself, so in the PC itself, it's a free tool called Live Captions. You just have to go to Settings, Accessibility, look for Live Captions, or just type Live Captions in the Start menu. And you are asked to download a model for the first time. And after that, and that's a free model, you just download it. It's a speech-to-text software model that gets downloaded on your PC. You don't need internet anymore. And then you could describe any audio that you could caption any audio that's coming out of your PC. In fact, when we were talking to users, they also said that, hey, we are sometimes in in-person conversations. Like I am here standing giving this talk, for example. I could also use the microphone of my PC to get captions as well. So I have a small video wherein you will see, initially you will not hear anything for 5 to 6 seconds because the user is going on and turning on captions. And post that, you will start seeing how an audio coming from a PC is getting captioned. So we played. So here the user was coming, the captions come on the top. You could move it around the window anywhere. So if you are on a call, you don't have to run the embarrassment of looking elsewhere because Teams captions only come at the bottom of the screen, right? Instead, you could just use the tool built into Windows, keep it anywhere at the top near your camera so that you could just follow along. Now, let's move to another segment of users, which is people who have limited mobility or dexterity in their upper limbs. Now, for different conditions, it makes it difficult for them to use their hands or the keyboard and the mouse, essentially, for long periods of time. So what we've again done is within Windows added a feature called voice access, which is an improved feature to the older Windows speech recognition, which uses the text-to-speech models, again similar to live captions. Just search for voice access in your start menu or go to settings in accessibility in your PC, and you'll find something called voice access. Prompted to download a model first. The same uses, so you download and go to the other tool. Play where a person impairment, and they're using only their voice to shop and to their friend. So roll out the video.
So Amazon. Scroll down. Tap Shiva Mosaic Lamp. Tap Buy Now.
Yep. So all done only with voice, just instructing your computer to do whatever it is, right? Sometimes when I was PMing this feature, I used to always think I'm so tired by the end of the day, right? Like I can maybe use the keyboard and mouse, but why can't I just sit back, relax, and like just instruct my computer, do this, do that? And that's how, it feels awesome. And it also works well with your screen reader if you have not tried it. So just think about having your coffee, moving around, putting your headphones on, which has a mic, give instructions, write a mail to somebody, hear back your screen, computer speak because you have your screen reader on. That's a vision we want to achieve sooner. Now I'll move towards the last two segments. I'm not sure how I'm doing on time, but I am sure all of you all have heard of Copilot in context of Microsoft. And so if I'm talking about a presentation for AI and accessibility, and how can I miss that, right? While Copilot, again, was built for everybody, a powerful tool that's enhancing productivity of people with disabilities. When I myself was putting one use case, for example, I use Copilot for, as a person who is blind, I dread making PowerPoint slides, right? Like when I had to make this slide, put the slide deck together, I was like, oh my God, I do have the content here and there, but I just need to collect all of it and create one slide deck. So what did I use? I used Copilot. I just said, hey, here are a few files. Could you, it's a document, it's a PPT, etc. Could you extract and make a 10-point slide for me? And of course, you have to go back, edit it. But that's the power, right? So let's just look at, again, a small video of how you could use Copilot across different M365. Here, we are showing an example of creating PowerPoint slides.
Let's say you're getting ready for your customer pitch meeting. Everyone has had a moment when they wish they could turn their proposal into a customer-ready presentation without having to start from scratch. Now you can. Using just your own words, Copilot can translate Word into PowerPoint. You can also translate PowerPoint into Word. Now you have a professional-looking presentation that you can hone and polish. Let's say you want to add a slide. Give Copilot some quick instructions.
So
There
it's
it
giving
goes,
instructions
ready
like
for
add
you
a
to
slide.
review. So this slide is too wordy. Let's ask Copilot to make it more visual. Give it a few seconds. And check this out. Copilot can even animate the slide. It gives it a professional design treatment in a single click. But it doesn't stop there. Copilot even generates speaker notes for all your slides. It's not only a time saver, it's helping you be a better presenter.
I'm sure if we are all using assistive technology like screen readers or voice access or voice recognition software, etc., it's definitely difficult to get through a task. It is possible. It's just time consuming. But Copilot makes you more efficient, gives you the equitable access as anybody who is not using assistive technology would have gotten. With that, I would leave you all with a resource. It is called Ask MA, which is a chat bot called Ask Microsoft Accessibility, which is made specifically on all the support articles and all the documents we have about related to accessibility that Microsoft publishes. So you all could go to aka.ms/askma. So aka.ms/askma, which stands for Ask Microsoft. It's a chatbot. Think about it like a copilot specifically made for answering questions related to accessibility. So you could ask questions like, hey, what's new in narrator? What's the shortcut for this particular this particular action? And so on and so forth, right? Anything accessibility, you could check it out. So this is what I had. These are definitely few features and products. There's a lot to check out, but these are a few ways how we are at Microsoft are trying to stay true to our mission of empowering every person and organization to achieve more. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Switch on, you get your voice. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Nidhi. Wonderful. We have time for maybe one question from the audience. Yes, right in the front. 1 minute. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, the example which you showed on the Amazon screen.
Right.
There you were mentioning about going to the buy again tab and things like that. But the person who is visually impaired, does she has an exposure to the Amazon screen, how it is laid out, or how does it get done?
Got it. No, that specific example was for people who have limited mobility in the upper arms, who cannot use the who cannot use their mouse and keyboard for long periods of time. So they could see, and so they could, just say things like click add to cart or search for this, etc. So that's the voice access software. What I was saying is if you could, it could still be useful for a person with visual impairment if you have both voice access and the inbox screen reader in Windows narrator running together. So you give your commands using voice and hear back what is being said using narrator. So the assumption there is using narrator, the person who is blind or visually impaired is actually having an understanding of what are the different clickable elements or different portions of the website itself. Does that clarify?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Nidhi. One more round of applause for Nidhi. Hello. Yeah, so we move on to the next speaker. And those of you who cannot see, last few announcements, I used my Android phone to read out, and it is frail. So I'm back to paper, and I'm reading it carefully and easily with printed outcome. So our next speaker is Madhu, who is from Amazon, and delighted to have Madhubala Sharma with us. She has over 20 years of experience in the space of leadership development and diversity, equity, and inclusion. She has been living with 100% blindness since birth, and she strives to find solutions for independent living in order to motivate society to think about the abilities beyond disabilities for PWDs and not just consider them inspirational and encourage many like her. She has presented her thoughts in an international forum, paper titled Disability does it impair her ability in the CISA conference, which is a conference in the US. And she's also a famous TV commercial personality in the Savlon Braille. And amongst many other awards and accolades, Madhu is a recipient of Role Model Award from the President of India. So welcome, Madhu. Delighted to have you with us.
Thank you so much, Manohar, and hello and a very, very good afternoon to each one of you. I think after a power-packed presentation from Nidhi, we all are definitely awake, right? That doesn't sound like awake. Thank you. So my name, already you know, Madhu Bala Sharma. My pronouns are she and her. And for those who are not able to see me, I am, I'm short height, like not very short, but yeah, short height, hair, and a red dress. So that's a visual description. And I got this description with Be My AI. So I did use Be My AI. I use Be My AI quite a bit to understand my appearance, not just that, but a lot of other things. Now, getting to the topic. I work with Amazon in the space of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I lead disability inclusion in my current role. I am an advocate for accessibility, for inclusion, and also a user of assistive technology. Now, when we talk about DEI at Amazon, we work with 3 things in mind, and you'll hear me say 3 things quite a bit, but because 3 is easy to remember. So 3 things: bolted on, built in, and born inclusive. That's basically a spectrum of how we usually build technology or think of solutions for not just people with disabilities, for anyone. What is a bolted-on solution? A bolted-on solution is an afterthought solution, a reaction. You know, let's do this jugaad. Oh, here's a problem. You had just hired a candidate who has a disability and is not able to use this product. Okay, let's try to do some quick fix. That is a bolted-on solution. And for the longest period in time, we've been living on bolted-on jugaad, right? The second one is built-in. Built-in is where we have mechanisms in place to ensure that we fix. Problem is still there. We're fixing the problem. But we are thinking of creating mechanisms to fix the problem. The most ideal one, and the aspirational one, and the one that all of us aim towards and Amazon works towards, is born inclusive. When something is born inclusive, that is born accessible as well, right? Because only when it is born accessible will it be born inclusive. And I don't need to explain accessibility to all of us, all the experts sitting out there, right? But when we make something accessible, it is inclusive for all, it is usable by all. So we as IXT, in Amazon world, the DEI team is called IXT, Inclusive Experiences and Technology. So technology isn't built in our portfolio. So what we do is we collaborate with the science and engineering teams to figure out solutions and work to ensure that we have a born inclusive approach to whatever we do. Now, those are the 3 aspects, and we want to ensure that we are all born inclusive. The second aspect that I want to share with you is that when we design software solution, whatever product, whether it is our favorite, Amazon is known for not just apni dukaan, but also, hello Madhu, thank you and good morning. I wish you the very best. Our favorite Alexa, right? So we all know Alexa is a wonderful AI companion, and AI is not a good to have, is not a wonderful thing, but a must-have solution for all of us. So I'll share with you what Amazon is doing a few things that can be used by people with disabilities. But before that, I also want to share one perspective with you that at Amazon, we focus on, we're a customer-centric organization, and we obsess. One of our leadership principles is customer obsession. So our customers are our Bhagwan, our gods, right? So we value and work in 3 spheres: employees, customers, and communities. So for our employees at Amazon, we have assistive technology available. We have disability and accommodation services team that actually supports us with so many requirements that we may have. One of the requirements, being a person with disability, being blind, I have, for example, is to have a sighted guide when I'm traveling for conferences like these, right? So Amazon ensures that as an employee, I have a travel companion or a sighted guide present with me in conferences, so I can just simply focus on doing my job and not focus on thinking about, oh, how will I get there? Oh, how will I manage this? Oh, how will I manage that? Not just that, Amazon provides the technical solutions available. In fact, a screen reader is available for us to download straight from the software center. That's the kind of enablement that Amazon does for their employees. For customers, well, there is a separate helpline that we have for customers with disabilities as well. Right now, it's not visible on everyone's Amazon webpage login account, but because it's being piloted, but it's been piloted in about 11 markets where customers with disabilities can get into a special queue and get accessibility support. And the queue experts are trained on accessibility, on assistive technology. So they are able to provide guidance to the customers with disabilities. In the community, we go out and support the community. One of the community initiatives that I can talk to you about is using Alexa as a teaching aid. From Amazon, we've partnered with various NGOs. For example, we've partnered with National Association for the Blind, and we've supported them with Alexa devices. So the teachers and students can create a smart classroom and work and help educate students using Alexa as a teaching aid. How fantastic is that, isn't it? So that's the customers and the communities and the employees. Now, I want to share with you, there are a lot of smart devices, smart technology that's available, and AI is being magical. But 3 specific technology developments that I can share with you. Number 1 that I want to share with you is a big enabler, which is a Kindle Assist. So a lot of us love to read books, and we love to read books on the go as well. Imagine if you want to read a book on the go, but not look at it. So you can use Kindle Assist to read your books aloud to you. That's Kindle Assist. The second technology that I want to share with you, what we've done is, this is for our deaf and hard of hearing friends. We have a tie-up with the Cochlear organization, and we are now able to stream audio content directly into the hearing aid. If you have a cochlear implant or an implant, can directly stream the audio content into the hearing aid. Can you imagine the echo that is reduced, the noise that is reduced, and enabling our deaf and hard of hearing friends to have a better viewing experience for audio and video content. The third feature that I want to share with you is something that enables our friends who have limited mobility, who are not able to use maybe their hands. But this is something very interesting, which is called the eye gaze. Using eye gaze, what you can do is you can connect your smart TV, the Alexa with the 11, I'm forgetting the name of the device, but there is this, the pad that we have, the 11 Max pad, where you can actually use your eye gaze just with your eye gaze, you can control what you want to do. There are some pre-programmed skills like listening to your favorite songs, music, or even performing home tasks using the smart device with the Alexa skill. So those are the 3 smart devices in addition to so many others that are available that you must experiment with and explore if you happen to be a person with disability. Now, I also want to play a short video for you. This video is showcasing Museum of Possibilities. This museum is in Chennai, and a wonderful space where you can actually see and learn how our friend Alexa is helping us live and work independently. Let's have the video.
Alexa, announce, let's take a lunch break.
How's the weather in Chennai today?
Play Never Split the Difference on Audible.
Turn on all the lights.
Turning on the lights.
Did you see how easy it was to do that with Alexa? Hello, my name is Justin Jesudas. I'm really excited today to show you the tour of Museum of Possibilities. Here, you'll see assistive technologies such as Alexa-enabled devices, standing wheelchair, and other adapted living spaces that show how technology can enable the lives of persons with disabilities. You can ask for music, weather report, control smart home, and set an alarm. It's just a great way to simplify our lives and entertain us too.
Alexa, search thriller movies in Amazon Prime.
Getting thriller movies from Prime Video.
The Museum of Possibilities is an initiative of the government of Tamil Nadu. It was to have a demonstration center, which is like kind of an evolving center of assistive technology for all disabilities. It shows solutions of what is possible in terms of accessibility. Assistive devices do help you to be able to do many things yourself. Setting up a smart home with Alexa is great because, you know, for music or for setting alarms and for various gadgets within the house. It's very, very convenient.
All the displays are accessible, keeping various access requirements in mind. You will find tactile customizations, navigational applications, and ramps.
Museum of Possibilities gives me, a sense of confidence that I have in my life. Seeing all these devices gives me living an independent life is not that difficult. From my perspective, important thing about Alexa is asking questions from wherever you are, and it is very, very accessible in terms of using it. Not a lot of buttons and complex structure.
All the displays come with a QR code, which you can scan and learn more about the devices through your smartphone. The museum is categorized into 3 domains: live, work, play, to cover all the aspects of users' daily routine. There's an Echo Show, Echo Dot, smart lights and smart plug in the living room, kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. As a para-athlete, being fit, maintaining a healthy lifestyle, and eating a balanced diet is very, very important. And it all starts in the kitchen. Looking at this kitchen, I'm very, very impressed with the convenience it has. Alexa, can you give me the recipe for sambar?
Recipe for sambar is...
Vidyasagar came up with a brilliant idea of display of this space and call it Museum of Possibilities. I love each and every device here. Alexa's innovation is really important for people with disabilities and any other artificial intelligence because it makes life so easier, and to integrate it in MOP where the devices are for persons with disabilities, it's really, really great.
After spending the entire day, it's heartening to see how assistive services such as Alexa change people's lives on a daily basis. I firmly believe that technology can change the narrative from disability to ability, creating possibilities that are limitless.
That's Alexa, and that's how enabling it is. And now, just to conclude, what I'd like to say is the onus is on each one of us. All of us can together, I think, advocate for people with disabilities, ensure that we are focusing on born inclusive solutions, we can challenge the stereotypes and the naysayers that this is not possible. We look at what are the possibilities to unlock the potential. And also ensure that we constantly embrace AI, because AI is here to stay and AI is here to enable. So that's your secret recipe to ensure that you ace, right? ACE. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Madhu. We will have one question from the audience, and I want to make, please note that all of the speakers are going to be available in the last session as a discussion forum, so you will have more opportunity to interact with all of them. For this session, maybe one question from the audience so that we can move on to the next paper. Okay, so I think we will move on. I think the next session promises to be a lot more interactive. So thanks a lot, Madhu. We will catch you in about 45 minutes.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot. Over to you, Raji.
Next, we have scientific paper presentations. I welcome Ms. Pravina Davis to introduce the session. Over to Ms. Pravina.
Thank you, Raji. Good afternoon, all delegates. In the current session, we are having two scientific presentations. Before moving on to the presentation, I would like to announce some guidelines for the oral presentations. Each presenter is allotted a total time of 15 minutes, which include 12 minutes of presentation followed by 3 minutes of question answer session. Timer alarms and visual cards will be displayed at intervals of 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 11 minutes. You may please start to conclude the presentation at the 11th minute timer. At 12 minutes, the long bell is an indicator to stop the presentation and move on to the question answer session. Presenters are kindly requested to adhere to the guidelines. Now we'll move on to the first presentation by Ms. Aishwarya, AI for accessibility and auto-ethnographic exploration of the use of AI in the life of a congenitally blind person. Over to you, Ms. Aishwarya.
everyone. Good afternoon. I am Aishwarya from IIIT Bangalore. And I'm here to, just like the other speakers, talk about AI a little. But I'm not specifically going to be talking about a particular product or a particular AI tool. Instead, what I'm going to be talking about is how I use AI as a blind person, some of the use cases that I use it for, and what are some of the things I'd like to see in AI in the future, perhaps. So those are some of the things that I'm going to be talking about. And for those who can't see, I think those who can see have probably realized by now that I'm blind. But those who can't, I am also blind. And I'm just going to talk about some of these things as a person, as a user who's been using all the AI tools. I have also jumped on the bandwagon, and I just wanted to talk about my experiences. Next slide, the introduction. So, as everybody's been talking about, everybody's life has changed in some way or the other because of AI. Everybody has found something in their life that has improved because of AI. Many people who've been building tools in AI have been constantly focusing on AI as a general tool, AI for almost everything in the world. AI for, we have this AI tool and you can use it for whatever, for whatever use case you have. But maybe if we focus a little bit more on specific use cases, on what exactly we'd like to do with AI, then we'd have a little more nuance in AI applications. So I just wanted to, this is the reason why I wanted to talk about AI today in this session. Next. So here I'm going to talk about a few current use cases that I have for AI. Next. We've been talking about image recognition, image description quite a lot, and we've had really interactive sessions where everybody's, Nidhi, Madhu, everybody has been showing us how they've been using the kind of AI tools that they have, how we can all use them. I will talk about the kind of uses that I put image recognition and description to. I sometimes use it to describe pictures in detail. I use it to organize my photo album, which is constantly overfull and has multiple duplicates of people in the same pose of pictures forever and ever and doesn't end. So it helps to have AI to organize that mess. Using it to also look at data visualizations. It's been a really good tool to actually understand data visualizations, graphs, geographical maps, GIS, remote sensing, those kind of maps. It's been really fun actually to try to use AI to do, to analyze them. What I've also done is use AI to, suppose I create a graph. Now I'm blind, how do I know if what I created using say R or Python or any other data analysis tool is actually what I wanted? I don't know, I can't see it. So I use AI for that. So, and that's worked out really well as well. These are some of the ways in which I've been using AI for image description currently. And I'll just show you some examples. Next slide. I've been using it to look at equations. Here on the slide is a screenshot of a slide full of, equations, not full of equations, 2 equations. One is the mean, the formula for the mean, and the other is a very complex looking equation. Next. Here I'm asking Be My AI to describe the equation to me because those equations in the slides were images and I couldn't access them. So here is Be My AI putting it into text for me. And next. Yeah. So I'd also asked Be My AI to describe it in words because, you know, I was on the phone and I couldn't read it properly. Yeah, next. So, next. Quite a lot of attention I've also given to generating pictures with AI because I've been actually, because things like Google image search is very hard for a blind person because it'll throw up 100 images and finding that one stock image that works for my presentation is super hard. So I also use AI to generate images. It has been a little bit of a touch and go. Next. It has been a little bit of a touch and go. Here you see a pie chart that I tried to put up, tried to make AI generate. What it did is, well, it took my statistic correctly. But if you look at the image, the proportion, I've said that around 16% of the world's population is disabled. But oh, okay, sorry. It's the pie chart, the image generation, the pie chart in the slide. Oh, no. Front left. Image generation, and then okay. Yeah. So I'd actually generated this pie chart, but if you look at the image, what happened to it is that, so it didn't actually, you know, it has created a pie chart. I asked, the prompt was something like, generate an image that looks like, where the pie looks like the picture of the earth, and then, you know, you have the statistic. But then it cut off almost 25% of the earth. 25 isn't the statistic, 16 is. So I had to give this generated image to be my AI to actually understand that, oh, what it is generated is wrong. So that's actually that's been my workflow for generating images. Okay, next slide. And then it also does weird things like this, where it imposes, you know, where it imposed a face on my pie chart. I gave it too many prompts, I guess. Yeah, next. I also used it a little bit to make it as an AI, to make documents accessible, inaccessible PDFs. I try to give it to, sometimes I use Envision, and then I ask 101 questions about it. For example, I actually gave the EMPOWER schedule to the Envision Envision AI thing, and then I asked it to find out, you know, I gave it my name and I asked it to find out which is the exact session in which I'm presenting. So I could do things like that. Actually, the PDF is accessible, but then I just didn't want the hassle of navigating through that table, so I just asked it, and it told me. And so things like, you can, you know, I can also use it to make documents accessible. And next slide. Now I want to talk about what I want to see in the future, and I have very little time, so I will just quickly talk about it. Next, yeah. So we've been talking about image generation and image recognition. What will be really cool is if I could give it 2 images. Say I have 2 images in my photo album, and I want to know which image, I want to compare them and ask questions about both of them together. I can't do this currently in any model that I've tried, but it'll be really cool if I could. Can't I ask, I could ask something like, which image looks better? Which image has better lighting? And things like that. But that's something I would like to see in the future. Next. And thankfully, today in this session, at least we've spoken about AI and recreation. because Madhu spoke about Kindle and Alexa, and you know, quite a lot of recreation stuff has come in. Usually it doesn't. So it'll be really cool to look at something like Minecraft and think about continuous live image descriptions to make that accessible. Yeah, I'll stop here and just in conclusion say that it'll be really cool to look at the accessibility sector going forward to see what is happening in AI in the future. I'd like to see a lot of this come in actually. And a quick thank you to Hannah, to Alan, and sorry if I missed any of the volunteers' names, for being in touch with me over the last 2 days, helping me set this up and, you know, changing my slides for me and all of that stuff. Usually people aren't this, I haven't seen this level of volunteering anywhere, and it's like really amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Aishwarya. We'll have time for 2 to 3 questions.
Aishwarya, this is Manohar. I was wondering if you have done some experiments with your art exploration with Gen AI.
Oh, I have actually. Generating art, I have tried, but then it uses very visual vocabulary, like, you know, generate an impressionist style painting, that kind of stuff, but I don't know what impressionist style painting actually means. So it uses a lot of visual vocabulary to generate images, which is also why I find image generation a little hard, because prompts aren't expecting this much of a lack of visual detail, because I don't give a lot of visual detail in asking for the art, I guess. And also in describing things, I sometimes run across the same problem, like, you know, it describes something as a particular style, a particular era, but I don't know what that era or that style is. But then I can also ask follow-up questions, which helps. So yeah, I've tried a little bit. I've, unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know, but I've mostly used AI in art to put alt text image descriptions for my own artwork. I've used it for that sometimes. Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you, Aishwarya.
Thank you.
We will move on to the presentation by Riaz KK. The topic of the presentation is From Past to Future, a Decadal Exploration of Assistive Technology Policies from 1994 to 2024, Charting Global Trends, Focused Insights in Developing Nations.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Riaz. I am a management scholar from the Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode. And you may be wondering, why am I here? The answer is very simple. In the morning, in the discussion, it was said that it's a market of millions of dollars. and it's going to be a market of $60 billion by the end of 2028, the AT market globally. So I'm a young scholar, and I would like to do my research on this topic. And every researcher, they'll have this initial investigation of the area which they would like to do a research. And this particular area is really interesting. And for this purpose, I've used a literature review, a structured methodology to understand what exactly is in the field. So moving further, and I've selected 30 years of publication. So when you say publication, it's basically scientific peer-reviewed research publications in the topic. And I've put for, it's a paper in the progress, and we are working on the along with my professors at IIM Kozhikode, we are working on this project. So the idea was to take out data from the Web of Science as well as the Scopus database, and around 792 documents from the Web of Science and 2,654 articles from the Scopus were included in the study. And the larger question is on how assistive technology and assistive technology policy has been shaped in the world. Not just in India, not just in any part of the world, but we are taking a global scenario. And we are looking at what are the takeaways for India as a country, and especially for the persons with disability. So the research objectives are a bibliometric review to analyze the current research in the field of AT, and to examine the future of assistive technology adoption in the developing countries, and what are its implications for the sustainable development goals. So I'm here to get your perspective actually, and more from your side. Moving further, these are the search mechanism that we used. I'm not going in detail. So if you look at the citation, the trend analysis, you will find that here there's a gradual progress right from 2004, because WS gives only data from 2004. And there's a growth. There's a tremendous growth, especially after 2015. If you notice here, you will find that. And the surge happens in 2021 to 2023. So we are yet to find the causality of this trend. And again, these are the number of publications that happened during this period. And you can again see a surge in 2017 and 2023. Moving further, the citation trend. So this particular analytics will give you the real picture of what is happening in the world in that particular sector. So if you notice, you will find in both the cases, in both WS database and Scopus database, you will find that there is a spike in the research during 2017-18 as well as towards 2001 and 2016. So this, we are yet to figure out the causality, but what we anticipate is that the impact of WHO Great Summit as well as the SDG goals, which was initiated in 2015. So that is about the citation. So citation means the level of interaction with that particular one particular research. So let's say if person A has published a particular book on disability or assistive technology, that particular book will be cited on a particular year due to some or the other reason. So that's how the citation trend is being analyzed. And the top 10 countries, you will not find India anywhere except this particular table. So what in Indian context, the research in assistive technology happens more in terms of secondary research. We use other countries' database, their research as a tool. So the primary research in India is not that evident. So we see the affiliations, these are scientists or researchers who are doing a research in assistive technology who has an affiliation with one of the institutes in India. So that is the criteria here. And you will find India in 5th and in 3rd place. But the really interesting fact is coming from the next slide. So here you will never see the top 10 funding agencies, you will never see an Indian institute or let's say IIMs or IITs, for that matter, even institutes that is clearly working on assistive technology. So in a nutshell, you will see that UK, US, European Union, and these are the major geographies in the world who actually push for assistive technology, and it has got a lot of other institutional support as well. So that is the reason why they have a proper mechanism for research in the field. So going backward, if you see the subject-wise area analysis, so you will find that most of the research is being, or there's a high skewness towards rehabilitation, computer science, and engineering. So I'm particularly interested in the public policy aspect, which is very rare in researchers in assistive technology. So the takeaway for the EMPOWER conference would be that we are just pushing one side of the bell. So it won't work like that. So we should, as the discussion panel even said, that we should create an environment for assistive technology, not just in one side, like just developing technology is not enough to cater to the needs of persons with disabilities. So moving further, even we see the top authors in the field, we won't see any Indian affiliated or Indian origin person in the field. So all these people are mostly from the Americas and the European Union. So and also UK. I'm sorry to miss that. So that is again an issue. We don't have a particular set of people who are actively engaged in research in assistive technology. Now, if you see the top affiliations of these scientists, you will see University of London, Pennsylvania, then University of Pittsburgh. So all these institutes either are from UK or the US or Canada. So there is a highly skewed nature to this particular research segment. So that was the reason why I took this particular area as my research for my PhD program. So if you see there's actually a wonderful tool in Web of Science to map the number of publications along the lines of SDGs. So if you see that the entire SDG or the research happened in the field is skewed towards good health and well-being and quality education. So education and health is the most revered or mostly highly cited research in this particular segment, but it doesn't cater to the other sustainable development goals. So which is again a curious case. Now some insights from the research would be that, and it's still in the process, we are working on this paper, and the growing focus on inclusivity and human rights, particularly after the 2015, is a curious case. And the causality or the post-surge 2015 hasn't been confirmed by any other authors, and we are working on that. And India's Accessible India campaign or the country's digital accessibility policy, and we are also measuring how those policies will have an impact or might have impacted the increased interest in assistive technology. And so the idea here is we need an inclusive policy or a national assistive technology policy in order to facilitate the growth of the entire environment surrounding assistive technology. So that is my argument, and I'm just taking one example. I know I'm running short of time, but I'm just taking the experience of US policy as a case. So in US, in the ADA Act, most of you may be knowing, so that laid the foundation for providing or the provision of assistive technology in the United States. And soon after that, there was an analysis happened, and in the 1993 US policy advocacy, they say that there were 4 pillars. One, they were arguing who has the access to assistive technology and which technology is available and who decides on the technology and who controls or determines the allocation of assistive technology. These were the 4 pillars they identified that they need a good push in order to make the AT universal. So this is a table which describing the actions and the approaches taken by the US government during that period. And the first, in 1986, they had amendments to the Rehabilitation Act, guidelines for devices and federal purchase of computers. And the approach was to expand benefits in major program and change procurement practices. So they had a fundamental differentiation, or they made a fundamental change in the way they approached assistive technology from there onwards. And the early intervention assistive technology services for infants, and they established new programs, and there were amendments for the social security schemes. And I'm just taking out the biggest example, the real game changer, the ADA tax credit for small business. So if we in India is considering an assistive technology policy, we may look into this aspect of tax incentive to expand access to the technology. So again, towards the end, I would like to say that the Technology Related Assistance Act, which was a statewide assistance scheme in US, and we need to create an ecosystem where we find new funding and programs. So this is my conclusion, and we are still working on it, and I'm open to discussion, and I'm looking forward to your valuable points, especially with in the context of India. So thank you. Open to questions. I value these applications.
While your research has been trying to find out why India is where it is and how US is wherever it is. See, India and China comprise 35% of world's population, so the disability population must be also that high. Yes. Any reason why China is not here? Because China is very strong in other sectors. How is it not strong here? Any thought, though your research is not the scope of your research, but any thoughts you have?
Yeah, so the Boolean search actually didn't include we had a special focus on India, but my answer to that question would be that, so within disability, assistive technology research is happening in China. Now in the sense from 2014, maybe in the last 10 years, there is a surge actually, but I couldn't capture exactly what is happening for China. So in every other segment, they are booming, but yeah.
See, the conclusion which you gave that US is very strong because of advocacy and other things.
Yeah.
But one thing in US, why it is reasonably strong is the legal policies and other things are very strong and stringent.
ADA Act plus RESNA.
Maybe
so that was not included.
Not included. So I was wondering how did it got missed out.
Yes, thank you, sir. Actually, in short of time, so RESNA is actually doing good work.
Correct.
It's a society for the assistive technology professionals. Yeah. Any other comments? I would be very happy. Okay. It's all good. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riaz. We'll now be having a short tea break and kindly be back by 4 p.m. And also, there's our exhibition stalls will be open till 5 p.m. So kindly visit and enrich yourselves. The scientific posters are arranged in the Daksha Hall in the 5th floor. Kindly make a visit to that also. Thank you.
No, it's on, yeah. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully everybody has had good coffee, tea. It's time to get started. It's already 4:15, I think. We have a fabulous set of interactions starting from now. So I first want to have Vidya give a talk, invited talk today, now. It's my immense pleasure to introduce Vidya. I basically got into working in accessibility because of Vidya. And I had no clue about any of this. When I met her like 6 years ago, she came to my office with a smartphone, and somebody said, she's a bright student at IIIT Bangalore. Can you guide her on a project? I said, she's blind, I don't know what to do, but let me meet with Vidya. And she came in, and then I said, okay, let me start asking questions. And I said, oh, you have a phone, how do you call me? And then she did ta-ta-ta-ta-ta something on her phone, and then ta-dang, dial happened. I said, woo, this is too much, so I should learn something, be a little bit more humble. So we started that interaction. It opened my eyes literally to what needs to be done, what can be done, what we all should be doing with accessibility. And delighted to know that after finishing her master's at IIIT Bangalore, she was top of her class. Then, unfortunately, which is actually a great fortune in my view, most companies didn't have a clue at that time and said, oh, you're blind. But we don't have, how would you use a computer? They were all these questions about a topper at IIIT Bangalore, Masters of Digital Societies. That ignorance was prevalent at that time. And then she said, with Professor Amit and Shupriya Day, they said, we should start a non-profit looking at technology, STEM education for children who are blind. And Vision Empower was formed 6 years now. They just had a 6th birthday. And they're doing great guns. She will talk a little bit about it. And she also won the President's National Award last year for serving people with disabilities, which is an impressive honor. And I'm delighted to be a part of the community that Vision Empower has built. And over to you, Vidya. And say, hey, Vidya.
Yes, your laptop is here, it's charged. Yeah. Your phone is here. Yeah. Okay. You're all good? Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
One minute. Sorry, I should have announced this earlier in the beginning. For those of us who are blind here, I should have mentioned that every talk here is being interpreted live by an interpreter on stage. And one of the things I didn't do, I should have warned speakers, is that people have to speak a little slower when there is an interpreter. And there is a double challenge where there are people who are deaf and blind being interpreted by interpreters. They need even more time, especially if there are technical terms involved. So the normal practice is for technical talks, the content or the vocabulary to be shared with the interpreters first, so that they know what to expect. And so there is an interpreter, Vidya, with you. And I know you speak very nice speed, so please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Manohar, for having me here, and thank you.
Sorry, can you okay?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think you're okay.
Thank you so much to the organizers for having me here, and thank you so much, Manohar, for guiding me since the beginning of my career and even before, and for guiding Vision Empower from the beginning. So today my job is much easier because everybody has already touched upon a lot of tools. So this will be like a summary of all the AI tools that I have used and are available. So it's a nice summary for all of you from all of these talks. And I'm sure all of you are awake because just tea break has gotten over, so job is easy in every way. So I'm going to talk about some of the tools that we all use, visually impaired people, and how it's transforming lives of all of us. So I'm not going to talk about what AI is, what generative AI is, because all of us know and so much has been already spoken about it. at Vision Empower, actually we make STEM education accessible for children with visual impairment, as Manohar has already told you. So in the pandemic, what happened is lot of sighted schools were seamlessly shifting to digital platform, but that was not the case for people who are blind. They were stuck because they didn't know how to use technology. And that is when I started creating audio tutorials for introducing technology to children with visual impairment and teachers with visual impairment. And I have created now tutorials on AI as well, and I'll be showing a demo at the end of one of the tools that I use. So AI has transformed our lives, and it has transformed how we engage with the world. It has promoted independence because previously we had to depend on someone who can see for a lot of things, and now AI has taken over. So it's really promoted independence. And some of the examples how Vision Empower uses AI in terms of education is, in terms of science, there are a lot of diagrams and complex visual information. So before somebody had to do everything manually, now AI tools can automatically describe images, which is really good. And in terms of math, so we have to convert math into accessible format, which is math ML, and only then screen reader will read it. So initially it was a cumbersome process, and now AI tools are automatically doing it. So children have much more easier education because of AI. Also, children speak different languages, and we use AI like Azure AI to convert audio that is already there into different languages. So if you just give text, it will give you audio in different languages, and sometimes screen readers do not support, and this is where it comes very handy. And to create accessible books also, we use transcription services where the speech is converted into text, whatever is spoken, so that we can use it. So there are, now first talking about some of the apps that are there. So I'm not going to touch upon each and every app, but some of the apps that we all use are Google Lookout, Seeing AI, which Nidhi already mentioned, Be My AI, and similar apps are there. So I'll touch upon some of the common features of all of these apps. So firstly, it helps us recognize products and objects. So before, in the initial stages, it would identify objects like a person or a chair. But now it identifies complex objects, and with much more description, like a woman wearing a red sari with a mobile phone in hand. So you can make sense of what is happening. And this is very helpful when you're shopping and you want to identify products, and there's so many use cases in which we can use. The second feature that's common in most of these apps is scene description. So before we would just get descriptions like outdoor or room. Now we have detailed scene description, like you can see a busy street with people walking, cars, and some shops in the background, something like that, very vivid. This is very helpful when someone's navigating railway stations and other public places on their own. And other feature that we all use is text recognition. It simply recognizes print and handwritten material. It has endless possibilities. You can read receipts, you can read books, magazines, anything you want which has print or it is handwritten, you can read it, and handwritten material accuracy has improved in a very big way. And one more feature is the currency recognition, which most of us also use. It's really accurate, at least with the money app which RBI has developed. It has never made a mistake till now. So it can also recognize Indian currency. And the last feature that I wanted to touch upon is the facial recognition. So a lot of these tools, as we already took a look, you can tag the image. If you give 4 or 5 images and give the name of a person, it will help you identify that there is this person in the photo album, or even if you take a picture at real time. And even otherwise, if there is no picture tagged with the person's name, still it can tell a girl in her late teens, for example. It can do the description, it will tell you the gender, and it will tell the approximate age. And all of these apps are there. One new addition is also, as Nidhi had mentioned, video description is very new. And PixieBot is one of the app that I use. Even in the Pro version, it supports up to 100 seconds. But it does a really good job because you don't have to take screenshots of each and every frame. It just tells you what is there in the whole video. I'm sure if we are talking about this next year, by then it would have improved so much. And these are all about the apps that we use. There are also hardware wearable devices like, glasses, Envision glasses, Smart Vision glasses, so many Orcam AI, so many are there these days. They also have similar features, all of those that we discussed, image, scene recognition, all of these. But you can wear them, they're in the form of glasses, and hands-free you can use them, so they give you output in the form of voice. So that's very helpful. You don't have to take out a phone or anything. Some devices also require phone, but most of them work independently. These are about apps and wearable devices, and next we also have AI integrated these days into screen readers itself. So screen readers all the visually impaired people use, because if we want to navigate something that's there on the computer, it has to tell what is there. So text, whatever is there, it converts to speech, and that's how screen readers work. So now what has happened is there are a lot of screen readers which has integrated AI into the screen reader, so you don't have to have separate device or separate app. Now there's this screen reader which is JAWS, which is a very popular screen reader, and we have this Picture Smart AI. It is one of the recent feature. There was Picture Smart from the beginning. So what it did is, whenever you give any photo, it will only recognize, like scanned image, it will only recognize text and it will perform OCR and give you the output. But these days, it also recognizes what is there in the picture in a very vivid way. And you can either take screenshots or you can share the photo, and it will give you whatever description is required. So it is very useful when you're shopping on Amazon on computer. Sometimes it's very difficult to navigate on phone, or even when you're using platforms like Zoom and someone shares the screen and you're not able to see, even that time you can get description of what is happening. Or a lot of websites are inaccessible, and there also sometimes you can use. And JAWS also has this very, very interesting feature, which is a face in view feature. I use it all the time. So now I can't see fully, so whenever I have to present myself in a video meeting, I can do it independently now, because it will exactly guide me. It will tell the brightness is low, the brightness is normal, the brightness is high, whatever, and it will tell move your head to the left side, tilt your camera down. So with all of these, I can position myself accurately, so that a blind person independently position themselves. And even in Android, with the use of Google Gemini, these days TalkBack is a screen reader which we use on Android. It is able to describe everything in a very vivid way without having the need for external apps. Now I'll be talking about one of the most transformative tools that is out there, and we'll also be seeing a demo. It is called Be My AI. I think many of you are already familiar with Be My Eyes. So Be My Eyes is a mobile app which was already available from so many years. What it would do is it would help you, a visually impaired person, connect to a volunteer and take remote assistance. For example, if you don't know what the CAPTCHA on your computer screen is, if you show the phone camera, if you point the camera of the phone towards the screen, the sighted person will guide you and tell you whatever assistance you need. One of the example is CAPTCHA. But now it has extension of it is Be My AI, where is the virtual, Be My AI is like the virtual volunteer. So the dependency on the sighted volunteer actually reduces. And why it is so, this app is so special is because, they have already lots and lot of data sets that Be My Eyes has, and they know exactly how to give information, how much to describe it to a visually impaired person. So you will find something that a visually impaired person is looking at in these image descriptions. Also, you can ask follow-up questions after it gives you the description. And in all of these apps, if you want to know the barcode, you have to shift to barcode recognition. If you want to know the currency, you have to shift to currency recognition. But this app, everything, just one feature, take picture, and then you can ask follow-up question, and it can recognize and do everything just in a single feature. And now we will be seeing a demo, which this is again a demo which I had created a tutorial that I had created for the visually impaired community for the teachers and students. We have edited it and we will be watching the video now. Okay, I think before the video I'll quickly mention where I use this so that you'll get some idea. I use it to identify medications if I want to know what's the name of the medicine, if I want to know the cooking instructions, if I want to read receipts. Or that day I got a treadmill recently and then there was no sighted help, so I just took a picture of the controls and it told me these are the buttons, this is a switch on and switch off. It was really helpful. I've never done that much independently, and I use it also to choose outfit or sometimes to know what memes are there on social media and to read books and magazines and everything. So now we can look at the demo. This is how the interface looks like. I'm going to use right swipe and show you what all controls are there.
Be my eyes.
It says be my eyes.
Call a volunteer button.
It's call a volunteer.
My groups button.
My group.
Selected home. Tap 1 of 5 in list 5 items.
This is the home, and if you have heard carefully, it says selected home. So now let's see what all are there.
Be my AI, tap 2 of 5.
This is the Be My AI. This is what we need to select.
Service directory, tap 3 of 5.
This service directory.
Community, tap 4 of 5.
Community.
Settings, tap of 5.
Settings. That's all. I'm using left swipe and going to the Be My AI tab and selecting it, which means I'm double tapping on it. And this is where we can take pictures.
Community, service direct, Be My AI, tap 2 of 5.
Be My AI, so I'm selecting it.
Be My AI, selected, Be My AI.
Selected Be My AI. So if you've heard, the first control is Be My AI, and if I right swipe,
take picture button.
This is the take picture button, and this is what we will be using. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open the window picture, which means I'm just going to take. Now I'll just open the window here. So I need to put my phone straight in standing position and hold it and take a picture. Let's see what it's going to say.
Home, take picture button out of list. 0% analyzing picture. Please wait. Progress. The picture shows a view from a window. There's a white building with blue vertical lines. The building has several small windows. In front of the building, there is a covered parking area with a white car parked underneath. The ground appears to be a mix of dirt and some patches of grass, with a few scattered bricks and stones. There are also some palm trees visible, with one prominently in the foreground. The sky is overcast, suggesting it might be a cloudy day.
Wow, did you hear that? So much of details it has given us, and it's so vivid. Even if a sighted person describes it, it won't be this vivid. So its description is really vibrant. So after this we will get various other features. Ask more. I'm going to double tap on this.
Be My AI is writing a message.
So here if you see, you will get a reply option. Now this reply option you will get only when you click on ask more. I'm going to say describe the tree. So let me right swipe.
Call a what? Add picture. Editing. Describe the tree. Edit box. Reply.
So as you've heard that it said describe the tree. So now I'm going to right swipe once more.
Send message button.
Send message. So let me send this message.
Please wait. Be My AI is writing a message. The tree in the picture is a tall palm tree with a slender trunk. Its leaves are long and feathery, extending outward in a fan-like shape. The leaves are green, though some of the lower leaves appear to be turning brown. The tree stands prominently in front of the white building, and its height reaches above the roof line. There is another palm tree partially visible to the left of the main tree. In list, window, ask more.
It has actually given a very vivid description, and it has actually told us how the tree looks like, how tall it is, and that there is another tree as well, and all other details.
Can I say thanks? Yeah. Thanks a lot, Vidya. Yeah. So, if we have time for one question. Yes, there's a question. Go ahead. Dark mode?
Dark mode.
Dark mode?
Dark mode. Is the screen dark mode? Is in dark mode?
No. You have to put it in dark mode. Why? I don't understand.
How it is not possible? Like.
No, I don't know what the question is. Do you understand? Is it?
Can we put the screen in dark mode?
Can you put the screen in dark mode?
Screen dark mode.
So what I don't understand why. What is? Yeah, please.
Some more clarity.
No, it's clarity. We don't understand. I think Namita is helping. I think it should be, but I don't know. We have to look at that app. I don't see any difficulty there, but with this app, whether it has, I don't know. We can explore.
I think some of the apps are there which have low vision feature also, but like magnification and all, but I didn't see any such option in Be My AI at least. Maybe they're focusing only on visual impairments. So.
Correct. One moment, they are finishing that question. Oh, there is another question. Just a moment. I think they are still signing their questions. Oh, he can answer the question. Oh, okay. Please, Dinesh.
So, basic point is that, yeah, hi, I'm Dinesh. So, iPhone and Android both have invert color mode in settings, and you can choose that, and the app is supposed to respond to it if the app is made that way. And I am sure that would be made that way because Be My AI is an accessible app. So you can choose that in your settings, and then it should be changed.
Thank you, Dinesh. So the signing is going on because there's a deafblind person who is signing to a deaf person, and there's an interpreter who is telling us what's going on, and there is Namita who knows sign language better. She's trying to get clarification. Clarification is it is possible in the settings in Android.
I've passed that information on to him. He's just advocating that all apps developed for people with low vision or blindness must consider the deafblind community, which will truly benefit from this and requires specific support, particularly for retinal conditions which are quite common.
I see.
So as he pointed out, that was good for us to know that if the phone itself has been set, that's what I understand, if the phone has been set in a mode that
low vision,
is
dark mode,
allows for inversion, then it works.
Thank you so much, Namita. Thanks for the question. Yes, so we will proceed to the next session. Thanks a lot, Vidya. So please go ahead. One more question? Yeah. Yeah, you please go ahead. I see. The person behind. Okay, I'll wait because too many delays. I'll take it.
He's giving a suggestion that in image description we can say the image description. Like this, we can also make the video description also.
Video.
Video description.
So the video descriptions are. So video descriptions are emerging. They are not yet ready for real time. Okay. Okay, we will follow up. Post. Thank you for the question. We'll move to the next session, which is going to be discussion among the panelists on their lived experiences of using AI for their everyday life. And I will introduce each of the panelists in turn, but I want to start with Rahul Jain, who is the co-founder and CEO of Uniki. Rahul is here? Okay. Rahul is right there. So we initially wanted Rahul to have a separate invited talk talking about the use of AI in Uniki. So I would request him to take about 5 minutes to describe how Uniki is using AI for helping the deaf community, and then we proceed to the other part of the session. Over to you, Rahul. When Rahul is done, I will introduce each of the speakers and then request them to come online, on the stage. Thank you.
Hello all. We all are able, we are not disabled. We have deaf people here, deaf blind people here. All our hairs are black, we are all white. My dress color is black, I'm tall. Okay? So my family, all my family are deaf. I'm deaf since my childhood. My parents are deaf. My sister is deaf. And all are deaf since childhood. So he's repeating the same thing. So then I went to the deaf school. Then I got many experiences. I finished my +2. I joined my college. I did my 2 years DTI ESL course. The teacher taught me. Then I got my car driving license. I started my business 10 years before. And now what's my aim here? Okay, nobody is disabled. Now the technology is fast developing. All are using technologies. We have wheelchairs. We have braille language for the blind. for the deaf, the technology minimal. All have forgotten sign languages. We use sign language, many technologies here, but wheelchair is available, everything is there, but it is not included in the languages, I think. For the deaf, I think only the cochlear implant are the only technology available for the deaf, I think. So we also have, do we have any sign language, any technology included in the sign language? I don't think it is, because since my childhood, I have not received any technology-based education. There are many schools in India, they teach students, they teach all the things in the textbook. We have a QR code. But do we have a QR code that is all the materials are in the sign language? Do we have a QR code attached to it? We all know about the Byju's app, right? It's very famous. It's very easy for the children to learn. They can read. There is an app available along with, there is a tab. But do we have something like that for the deaf? So 18 million deaf people are here. And do all the children are getting education? Only half of the students, half among the 18 million people are getting education nowadays. So there are many difficulties, barriers. So we are thinking of developing something, of changing the barriers to the students. So there are many community, with many people, many experts, professionals. So we are planning to include those expertise into our technology for the development of the deaf students, and to make the education system accessible for the deaf as well. So I am dreaming for that. And now AI is now being very much used. So food, this is a sign for food. Word, it's very easy with the AI. Home, this is for the home. So these are all simple words. What about the grammar, the sentence, the paragraphs? It is not that easy. So for the deaf, linguistics, schools, the experienced and expertise people need to be included in the team. So I think that in this panel discussion, I think that the expertise will be helpful for us. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Rahul. So we will now the panelists on to, I don't want to call it a panel, it's like a discussion group here. And so we'll start with Sayamdeb, who is very, let me just give his full introduction. He's a senior manager in Enable India Labs. He's an author, award-winning actor, and a popular radio jockey. Experienced project specialist with a demonstrated history of working in the non-profit organization management industry. Skilled in business analysis, leadership, and team management. He bagged several awards in various fields, including the Radio Excellence Award for his Never Give Up My Friend, and Best Actor Award at Cincinnati Indian Film Festival 2019. One Little Finger. He has written 2 books, Memoirs of Time and 52 Steps, demonstrating mental strength in 21 states, including Ladakh, using his wheelchair. Welcome, Savandep. And I think we have media personalities. I think somebody else, Madhu is also here. We have Sayamdeb. And then, unfortunately, I wanted to also mention, we wanted to have Professor Anita Gai from Ambedkar University here. She was supposed to be a keynote speaker tomorrow or day after. But unfortunately, she met with an accident just before she was starting. She's now doing well, but she's not able to travel. Otherwise, we would have had her on this panel. We will introduce her on Saturday. The next panelist, I will invite is, you have met all of them. So Nidhi and Vidya, can you please come on stage along with Madhu? And then we will get the panel started. Yeah. This is in the, how do you put it? Left side. Oh, this side, okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello, hello, yeah. I'm now feeling like a radio jockey with my headphone, which is not used to this, so I'll put it in the pocket, yeah. So everybody here, sorry about it. One more, I think we have, oh, Vidya's coming. Okay, well, the extra chair. I'm going to be running around, so please go ahead, sit over there. Yes, no. So let's get started. So what I wanted to do was also make sure you also have a say in what's going on. I have to be slow and I have to be behind you. Volume is not good? Volume is not good. Volume is not good. I think my mic is not close enough. I have to remember also to speak slow, and I have to remember you are here. Thank you. No, Arun, Arun is going to be on the invited talk tomorrow. Arun is here? Yes. Oh, okay. Arun. Where is Arun? Arun, please come. I think in this panel, your personal experience is what we are looking for, not Google's view. So you are Arun Panayappan, just Arun Panayappan. Tomorrow you will be the keynote speaker from Google. Come. So I'm going to keep the discussion very simple. I'm going to ask each of the panelists two questions. The first question is, how has AI helped them in their daily life to improve their quality of life? That's the question. Their personal life, how has AI, they could say no, but how has their daily life? Okay, so that's my question, and I'll go from this side. So Arun Panayappan, I haven't introduced, he is from Google, is a senior, and he will introduce you fully because now it is Arun Panayappan. So please start with your personal experience with AI.
Sure. It's a great question, right? How has AI supported me on my daily life? AI gives me my job. It puts food on my table every day. I work on AI, and I automate customer support on a daily basis. That's number one. Technology makes things easy for everybody. It makes things possible for people like me. Right? We just saw a great demo of Be My AI. I am a user of that. Right? Recently, I experimented on a suit that I can wear with a shoe which had a sensor, which essentially meant when I was going to bump into something, the suit will vibrate and I would not have to bump into things. That's how AI is affecting lives of people who need accessibility. Thank you.
Sure. Rahul?
So AI, I hope it will be very much useful in the future. I would like to include AI in sign language as well, because for this society, there are many technologies available, but we are actually running short of interpreters. We find very difficulty in selecting interpreters for us. So if we could have an AI in the future that could help us with the interpretation facilities so that all the deaf people around can be independent, they can have their phone calls independently, they can have their chats. So I can from America and all, they have started experimenting, I think, and in India, and here and there, I think AI has been using AI for interpretation as well. Actually, the interpretation system about the English grammar and the reversing is done in a wrong way. So I need to have actually the deaf people also to be included in the team so that the grammar, syntax, linguistics, all about the sign language can be done in an effective way.
Thank you. Let me add one note about what Unikey does. So if there is a hearing person making a phone call to a deaf person, how do they communicate? So today they have a system, Rahul will correct me if I make mistakes on that, that you go through an intermediary. You call a particular number where there is an interpreter who will come on the video and interpret the deaf person's signs and speak to the hearing person. And whatever the hearing person is saying, the interpreter will interpret in sign language. What is happening in real life now will happen through the technology channel. So that's a service that Unikey is providing, which means they have a bunch of sign language interpreters available in a call center like facility where this connection happens. So Rahul's comment is in that context that there are not enough interpreters for the number of deaf people in the country to be able to make these calls. Okay? Did I say it correctly?
Yes, our institution is for accessibility, that for the deaf, for the entertainments for the deaf, for schools, for colleges, and for different courses. We need sign language for that. We need to have the interpretation, subtitling, voicing, everything should be included, and it should be made accessible, and so that they could learn, the students can learn everything in an accessible way. So we are not just focusing on the interpretation services only. So we have Signable at Bangalore. So they provide interpretation services, but we focus on students and education. So we, the deaf community, we do need interpretation services. We need to pay for the interpretation services, but there are many deaf people who are poor, so they are not rich. So we face very difficulty in getting an interpreter for interpret for us for any family issues at the court. So it's very difficult to pay for the interpreter. So interpreters always demand they need to be paid for. So we find very difficulty in getting an interpreter, but we do accept all such difficulties. So if we have an AI for providing all such services so that we can get it in our mobile phones, so which doesn't differentiate between a poor, middle class people like that. So we provide awareness. Our institute provide awareness about the linguistics, and we provide awareness about the education systems and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. So just another note for those who have low vision. When a deaf person is speaking on the stage, there is an interpreter on stage. When the deaf person is signing, there is somebody with you who is actually speaking out and interpreting for all of us. And when there is a hearing person speaking, there is an interpreter here doing the signing for the deaf people. And I also see that what I'm speaking is being interpreted by the interpreter on stage, and there is another interpreter who is interpreting for the deaf person on the stage. So it is not that the deaf person on the stage is looking here to understand what I am saying. So this is the complexity you need for including deaf people in both as a speaker and in the audience. Okay. Most times what happens is most deaf people are not in the power hierarchy, so they are always in the audience and they are ignored. If at all they are taken cognizance of, you put one interpreter, which is very good. But when the person gets on stage, that is when they are under some power. Then you need this for true inclusion. Okay? So this is really important. We understand this only in real life. I could have explained to you all day about what is going on, but you see this, and I'm also confused, as I said, right? I am trying to figure out what's going on. But thank you very much. So we'll move to Sayam Deb. Give Vidya a break because she's in the line of seating, but I'm going to skip to Sayam Deb. Request to you is, you have multiple challenges across your life, and technology has been very useful to you. But I would want to kind of narrow it down a little bit, if you can, not necessarily exclusively, AI and the future, because we want to look towards the future. If you can do that, that'll be great. Over to you.
So, Manohar sir, I just take 5 minutes from you to tell something to the crowd.
I understand. I think you should, because I've not given enough introduction of your background. Please go ahead.
No, about this conference, about this forum.
Sure.
I need to tell this, because I am attending conferences and forums since 2000, since the time that I was 20. Though I consider myself always to be a 25 years old, but since 2000 I'm attending conferences and workshops and forums all the time. Okay. So should I keep the microphone a bit far? Yeah, okay. You tell me. Closer? Okay. Okay? Okay. So in my journey of attending and presenting in conferences, honestly speaking, I have not seen the participation of persons with disabilities to this level what we are having in this year's Empower conference, and that too, as Manohar has told, in the position of power, that is not in the audience but as a presenter. This I needed to mention because traveling throughout the world, being in various conferences around the world, India has been a pioneer in this. Today, I can say that. Thank you. Now talking about AI, machine learning has helped my life to grow, because I had been a non-speaking person for 25 years of my life. I was using the same software that had been used by Professor Stephen Hawking. Therefore, machine learning has empowered me in the way that nothing has done, except my family, obviously. Where I see the future of AI, possibilities are unlimited. Because as I belong to a severe disability background, I don't say community, background, severe disability background, I see AI to become my caregiver. I see an AI to help me in bathing, washing and cleaning, where I would be able to stay in a house independently and my privacy would be maintained by not having a caregiver who is a human being. That's the future of AI that I see, and not in after my lifetime. I want to see that change in the next 10 years by the time that I grow into something else. Yeah, that's the vision that I have.
Thank you. Let's shift to Nidhi. Go ahead, Nidhi.
The question about how are we helping, or what's
No, today I think we'll say what are you benefiting from today?
Okay.
In personal basis as much as possible, but personal work are now getting in the hybrid life. There's no difference between these two. So please go ahead.
No, I'll share as much as my personal experience. So AI helps me all throughout the day. So right from getting up, right, you have to match your clothes. Earlier, and a girl like me, a woman like me, have all shades of pink, all shades of grey, black, this and that, all kinds of clothing, right? Earlier, I used to have the system, put them together, or like put some buttons or use some QR codes, etc., to recognize them. Now, and still, it's not possible humanly, because as more clothes grow, it gets difficult. So now I use, one of the AI tools, either Seeing AI, Be My Eyes, to sort of recognize the color, the pattern of my clothes. And yes, when I still don't believe AI at times, which happens, right? We are technologists, but we don't believe it. So then parents or family to rescue, take out the garment, hang it out. Mama, what color is this? Seeing AI is telling me this is pink. Is this pink or peach? And, even humans get confused between the color palette. So yeah, right from dressing up in the morning to making sure I'm reaching the last mile properly. I've come independently here today. Told family I have AI, so it will take care about the navigation, etc. So, using one of the tools to be able to navigate to where the door is or where the hallways are, etc. At work, definitely once I reach work, there's a lot of AI in place. Earlier in my talk, I shared how I use Copilot to be able to make myself efficient while making slides, use again a lot of image descriptions with the charts, and you'd keep telling your colleagues, but somebody or the else would send an image without a description, right? And nowadays everybody has become lazy. Now they know you have the tools, so they will not write descriptions because they know that AI would do a better job. So yeah, so using then, and then once, in the evening, it's a lot of fun. Earlier, WhatsApp group chats, I wouldn't even bother looking at what are the images people are sharing. Even family, right? The other day, there was a baby shower for my sister-in-law. My mother shared like 10 or 15 pictures. And I would have, conveniently ignored them earlier. Now, with the power of AI, I took the time. I was like very curious, what did they really do? What was the decor like? Everything. So I actually went through it, patiently looked at all the 10 pictures using AI, imagined it. And now I'm having a conversation with my mom and phone. I'm like, you did this. Maybe you should have used that color instead. And she is like blown away. I'm like, oh, how did you know we use this color, that color, and stuff like that, right? And of course, video descriptions, we spoke about it. I know real time, it's not available yet from AI perspective, but like Netflix, Amazon, all their originals do a great job of adding audio descriptions. So I remember like about 10 years back, I remember that when I was flying to the US for the first time, saw an audio described movie in the flight and fell in love with watching movies all over again. It was a rom-com, I remember, and I was like, oh my God, I just love these movies. Right now, of course, dependent on my husband or somebody to describe it, but like audio descriptions made me fell in love with movies all over again. And sometimes it is an edge, from a sighted perspective, because if I watched a movie and Vikas, my husband, watched a movie, he's sighted separately, and then we are having a discussion about some scene or something. I give him descriptions or, pointed things that he has not even noticed. So that's how AI is helping me across my day, morning, at work, at play, and in general at life. Yeah.
Thank you, Nidhi.
Sorry.
Over to Madhu.
Yes. Thank you so much. I think very insightful points and totally relatable. AI and technology, this is also about assistive technology, right? So AI and technology, I say that it really makes us, a person like me, independent and quite a bit of sight back, if I can put it that way. And I, like Nidhi mentioned, I use it every day, starting from when I wake up to when I go to bed, in different ways. One of the things that I carry with me, I'll just put them on. I know I look very nice with them. My glasses. So what I just put on is these are Ray-Ban Meta glasses. They look very sleek, and they look very amazing, and they do something very interesting for me. So real time, I can, without using my phone or any other app, without being wired as well, or I can simply look at, what's in front of me and say, hey, Meta, can you please describe what I'm looking at? And now it's actually at, at job. It's ringing in my ears and saying, "Wing!" and trying to give me a description, of what is available. So that's magic for, for us. I would talk about it in the more yes.
Sorry, Madhu, to interrupt. Could you put on the glasses and ask it to tell us what Meta sees in front?
I can.
Please do. That'll be
but
live
I will
demo.
not be able to. Yeah, I'll not
It's
be
just
able
a short part of it. So it's not promotion for Meta. So we don't
Absolutely.
want. They have not sponsored here, so I don't want too much promotion. So please keep it brief.
Yes. So that's what I was saying. It'll ring in my ear. I can only tell you.
I see.
Yeah,
I see.
but I can try if it
no,
is.
No, don't worry. Don't worry.
Audible. Yeah, so it'll ring in my ear so it doesn't disturb anyone.
I see.
But I use it for looking at products, in shops. I look at it using to identify if I've by mistake turned on any lights when I need to turn them off at night. I use it. I've been a presenter. I work, I keep presenting here and there my thoughts. So I also use it to describe the venue to me, in the sense, and I use Be My AI as well to a great extent. But these Meta glasses, so to see, what's in front of me. And the power of AI, it can actually tell me if someone is looking into their phones and not listening to me. So that's the magic.
Thank you.
Other than that, I think I do want to touch upon how independent, I am. Talking about technology and smartphones and smart technology, it's such an enabler. I operate my washing machine independently. We would think that at home, how would you use a washing machine? These are all buttons, or they have touch panels. Now, if the service providers, if the product providers make an app and make the app accessible, a person like me can use it independently. So I use a Samsung smart washer dryer. I'm able to, using my phone, using the app, conveniently select which wash cycle I want to use. So that's independence. Similarly, I operate the air conditioners, all smart devices that have an accessible app can be used independently. I also use smart technology and AI, specifically smart technology, when I need to train or teach my son. So Dinesh, sitting in the audience, and I, both of us married to each other, happy couple, and both of us totally blind. We have our young bundle of joy. He's a young adult. He's 17. So when we train, we teach our son, and we cannot write in Hindi, for example, then I use the power of technology. I dictate something out and write it in Hindi, and then I'm able to show it to my son that, hey, this is how you're supposed to write this word or this sentence. And that becomes an enabling experience. So these 2-3 points to be, I think I'll keep it short, but yeah, list is long, and AI and smart technology definitely is a big enabler and gives us oxygen to live.
Thanks a lot, Madhu. Let me give it to Vidya, and then we will go to the second half. Vidya.
Yeah, for me, I look at AI in two ways. One is, some things that were really not possible to be done. Now I'm able to do. Now I couldn't see what is there outside the window, and I'm just curious and I want to know, so I see it. But the other thing which I find most useful about AI is sometimes you really need it. There's no other way, but AI has made it possible, because it's not out of curiosity or you want to know, or just, okay, good to have feature, but a must have. For example, I get migraines frequently. I would get them earlier much more. That time, if I want to know what is the name of the medication and everybody is sleeping and I get it, say 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the night. And then I have seen the situation during my childhood that I had to wait till everybody is awake to just know what medication it is. And the pain is too much and I just want to take medication. So, but now I don't have to go through the same situation. I just switch on the light, I point the camera to the object and it tells me what it is. I mean, I just can't tell how liberating it feels. Yeah, that's the right word I wanted to use. It feels very liberating. And one more thing is, again, when you don't want to depend on the same person again and again for everything, that time also AI is very handy, and it can sometimes psychologically make you feel really good that a lot of things that once you had to depend upon, now you don't have to. So I look forward to a lot of developments in AI in the future.
Thank you, Vidya. So what I'm going to do now is, on the screen I have a question, the same question that we asked all the panelists. And to answer and participate, you need to log into, on your mobile device, a website called menti.com, MENTI.com. Those of you who have this is screen reader accessible, menti.com, and then it will ask you for a code to participate, which is on the screen. I can repeat the number. The number to enter, the code to enter is 7327394. So I have this, you have to go to menti.com and it will ask you for a code. Enter code 7327394 and you will get this question on your device. You can enter the answer in free form. Feel free to add your name and affiliation. It's optional. But what is AI doing for you today is the primary question. I don't know what we will do with it, but we'll get some different views from you, and maybe that will trigger us in some discussion. While we do this, I'll go to the panelists with my next question, which is also going to be available to you. Down arrow, down arrow. Is it touchscreen? I want to go to the next slide. So I'm going to ask the panelists now the same question that is on the screen. What do you wish AI can do for you now? If I say today, it will keep moving on for today, no, tomorrow. I don't want to say tomorrow. I want to say now. Tomorrow, it never comes. What you wished was available to you today is the question, right? So we'll start with Arun, and then we'll move in some other order.
So it's a very good question too, right?
Close.
It's a very good question too, right? AI has a huge potential. It's just starting at this time, right? For people with disability like me, right? Oftentimes what will happen is let's take simple things like accessing the internet, right? Which all of us will have to do every day, right? You will start with a journey like booking your cab, right? Ideally, you want to start with voice and end with voice, right? You would want to pull up Siri or Alexa or Google Next or whatever it is, right? And say, hey, can you go book a Uber? It'll start, it'll go into the app, it'll go somewhere, and then it'll not complete the journey, right? Really, where we want to sit at this point is AI should be able to complete tasks for us. All of us go to the internet to do tasks, not really to search stuff or browse stuff, right? At least for people with disability, oftentimes that's the case, right? I would like it to do most of my daily tasks. For instance, right, I would want to ask questions like, hey Siri, tell me what's my bank balance today? Can you transfer this money to this person, right? Can you book me a gas connection, right? I want to be able to ask all the simple tasks, automate it for myself, right? And that's all happening, right? We are seeing GPTs coming out. There are all these automation frameworks that are coming out. It's a matter of time. All these actions will all get integrated into AI, right? And you know, possibly the way things will happen is Be My AI like app will now go ahead and say, I'll be able to pull up something and ask, hey, what am I seeing now? Okay, this it might tell me that you're seeing this app and you opened up this bank application, and then I will be able to tell it, hey, you know what? Can you transfer money from this account to that account? And it'll automatically be able to do it for me, right? So that's what AI should be able to do for us. and the multimodality that it is bringing today, right? If I don't have vision, it gives me an alternate mode to operate in, right? It gives me voice, or it converts it to text, or whatever it is, right? And vice versa too, right? For people who cannot use sound, it should give it in a visual description. So multimodality, the personalization should go to a point where it automatically recognizes that, hey, Arun cannot see, so anything that comes his way should automatically converted to a form where he can consume in an audio form or whatever it is, right? And I should not have to perform any of these tasks. A lot of the work that my support assistant does today should be done by AI, and it is very much possible from where we stand. And I'm super excited that we will be some of those people in this forum who will go ahead and make this happen. The most important thing is there are like 1.3 billion people around the globe who really have some form of disability or the other. If you really were to make all of them productive, look at what happens to the world, right? World becomes a completely new place, and AI is your way to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Rahul next.
So I think I want AI in India. Indian Sign Language, grammar, and the Indian experts should be involved, and a demo should be conducted. It should be open to all, and the process of combining technology and sign language should be continued so that it could be integrated. All the speech can be converted to sign language, and all the other languages, English, Malayalam, Hindi, and all these spoken languages can be directly converted into sign language using AI, so that deaf feels it very easy, and we feel very motivated. So I wish to have technology in that sense. Yesterday, for the Empower program, startups. Yesterday we had a pitch-in presentation for the various startups. So I couldn't see any interpreter at the stage. So 2 hours I found it really difficult for me to adjust. I found it very difficult understanding what is happening. So it was a barrier for me. No, it should change actually. So I need interpretation services along with the technology included. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to Vidya next. Tomorrow, or no, now, what else do you want? Be ambitious.
Right now, I would want AI to do everything, like how if I would have a paid assistant, a sighted person who do everything. So whatever a sighted person is able to do, I want AI to do that. Like if I'm coming here and suppose someone gets me here and they tell me, you go a little bit left, or there's something else, and you know, turn right, and this is how you need to go and get oriented to the room and everything. So all of that, if I could have the same conversation with AI, and everything that is cited seamlessly, you just take out the cash and just be able to, okay, count very quickly. I don't want to scan one note after the other, and then it will adjust the light, and then it will tell me, and I have to recheck, take second opinion. I don't want to do so much. So everything that a sighted person is able to do now, it should be exactly like me having a paid assistant. So I want AI to be developed to that extent.
So essentially talking about an AI personalized agent, but in the real world. See, most agents are in the software domain, which is reasonable, but somebody has asked, want my car to be parked automatically. Technology exists today, but I think whenever you step out of the digital world, the dangers are real. You can't do undo and delete and redraw. You bump a car in the wall, both are damaged. You can't do undo. So crossing to the real world is really a major barrier. All the current hype, in my personal view, is limited to mostly software things. nothing major can go wrong yet in a everyday life, right? But when we cross that line to the physical world, intimately connected with AI, that's where the dangers are going to be. But let me have Nidhi next. Sorry.
Yeah, folks have covered a lot. Like, I just want to check in for the flight tonight, please. Like, I think about it and it should be done, right? So automated agents and stuff. But let me add two more things to this. So I lost my vision later in life, and when I was very young, I remember this Titan ad, watch ad. It was Katrina Kaif and her mother, and I think Katrina was driving her mother in the car or something like that. And when I was very young, I always used to think like, oh, I'm gonna drive my mom around like that. We'll be, moving around cool like that. So I think I definitely want to be on the driver's seat and sort of drive a car and take my mom along with me on the seat. Along with that, I would say I love to dance, and although I do have some people whom I could like touch and feel and figure out how they are performing that art and sort of mimic them, I would love if there is like a robot I could who would dance or express or visualize verbalize it in a way that I could continue to learn to dance. I think these are the two things I would add.
Thank you, Nidhi. Over to Madhu.
Thank you. A lot's been said already. By the way, I just clicked a picture and I saw that there are some beautiful plants also in front of the stage, very, very neatly lined up.
Awesome.
So thank you for decorating and making it so lively, the environment. Thank you. I would want AI to increase the accuracy level and say with confidence that whatever output you're getting, whatever I'm getting to learn using AI is absolutely sure and right information. So I don't have to validate with others. Is this correct? So I know on the go. That's one. Second, I want the time that it takes to go down significantly. Like right now, if I want something, what's the decor of the room? The decor of the room is this. Usually it will take some time, and then the decor is this. And still the accuracy is not 100% there. So that's my top wish list. I also want great color recognition. That's also not absolutely accurate in my assessment, in my view as yet. So that's another thing I would want, in addition to what's already been said.
Thank you, Madhu. Last, I think Sandeep hasn't had a say on this.
So, yeah. So, I just need to say something about the AI doing something for us, for all of us. So, I'll talk about a solution of a solutions kind of a thing that we are developing, and with the grace of God, I am very fortunate to lead that project. So we know that there are huge amount of assistive solutions channel, but we cannot find them when we need them. So what we decided kind of 2 years back, that we will bring a platform where all published channel of assistive solutions would be tagged in, and intuitive search mechanism would work to give solutions to the people who needs it. That includes the people who are in grassroots. How? Grassroots is easy because we can make the program which is known as DISH, Disabilities Innovative Solutions Hub, available in phone, and that number can be rolled out all over the world. Internet connection, though, is a challenge in many parts of the world, but in next 2 years, 3 years, it's going to improve and reach an accuracy level. And at this point of time, we are in the beta version of the launch, hoping that in next 1 month, this would be available for the public. So that's really now that we are doing it.
Thank you, Samdev. So what I want to do now is basically summarize and present a few of my thoughts listening to all of us here. One thing I wanted to mention is this conference, like Samdev mentioned, is unique, especially niche. The environment is so very inclusive that we may be lulled into believing everything is great with the world. Step out of this campus, reality will strike us in every sense. All this discussion has been really on the optimistic note because we are all in a position of privilege to be able to use this technology, be able to build this technology, and we are doing our best to take the technology out. But the vast majority of people are denied all of these benefits that we have today. And I think gathering like this to optimistically look forward is with the optimism that the benefits that we are going to build is going to go much wider than the very limited audience that we are currently engaging with, right? So with that, I would thank all of you for your presence here and the participation, and thank our panelists, discussant, I don't know what that word is, for your thoughts and being here, and more importantly, doing what you are doing in your everyday life to improve, enhance the power of people with disabilities. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I should have invited specific questions from the audience. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Zamir. So I am deaf blind. I am the founder of Society of the Deaf Blind. So there is a deaf-blind community in India, so we need to learn. We need to learn more about meta medicines. What about the what if we have any issues? There are many programs aligned. Less here we all are talking about AI, English. We find it very difficult to communicate. We can't see anything, so there might be mistakes in typing. While writing, the alignment might go wrong. So it will be very better if the AI could help us to write beautifully, to write the paragraphs in correct alignment, and to send it correctly. To get the messages interpreted to us. So AI could help us interpret, to correct everything what we have wrought. So now we are asking everyone to help us. So it will be very, very good if AI could help us with everything that a person can do. And actually AI is helping us a lot right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me, I understood the question. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you very much. So I will answer, wait. No, I understood the statement that he's saying it will be very helpful to do all of, it is already helpful. Oh, I see, I missed that. I think there was, I see, now it is already helping him. Oh, I see. Absolutely. Oh, it's present. Wow, I'm so glad. Thank you, Namita. Thank you very much. I misunderstood.
I would like to add add to Zamir, in fact.
1 minute, I think there's some.
Yeah.
Finish. Yeah,
Okay.
please go ahead.
So I would like to add from the perspective of deaf-blind community. Earlier, I used to support Zamir remotely, any desk or something like that. He used to send me a WhatsApp message asking him to draft his letters and things like that. I used to be very busy at times, and I showed him this ChatGPT and Gemini and all. He is able to use that. That is one thing he's sharing. But again, like if he gives some prompts, he cannot like letters, whatever he drafts, he cannot fully copy paste. He has to edit, go line by line. Sometimes he gives some prompts. The GPT, like you have plagiarism and all, right? It manipulates thing. So he comes from that aspect. That is one thing. And also another thing I would like to submit as a request to Empower organizer and the community is like, I mean, we have that, I mean, interpretation happening. We have some of the tactile signers helping the deaf-blind to interpret and things like that. And parallelly outside, I was, sometime back I was talking to Vidya and others, in fact, in Nidhi too, saying like, I mean, if there could be some this braille displays, multiple braille displays, where it can lively do the interpretation of the meetings, and that thereby, like here right now you can see like 4 to 5 deaf-blind, each one of them having one interpreter interpreting them, tactile sign language they are using. If you have technology, I mean, if some startup can work on this, and it will really, make deaf-blind also get included along with the deaf, along with the sign language interpretation. Yeah, thank you.
Very good suggestion. I think we will look at the technologies and see, because there's a lot of effort going on, and thank you very much. Any other comments?
Yeah, it's just a comment.
Yeah.
I'm a scientific committee member here. So we were actually, we did everything through the EC Chair portal.
Okay.
So we had a blind researcher here, Aishwarya. I think the presentation was done today. So she had actually put in 2 papers. So in one paper, unfortunately, the email ID went wrong. So it was selected for poster, but she missed it because when we sent it from EC Chair, we would not get an intimation that it has not reached her. So I think if AI had improved there, she wouldn't have missed her poster presentation. And then how Aishwarya worked today, how she put forward her presentation, PowerPoint, we had to help her actually. So I think AI needs to move forward.
Thank you so much. I should add sheepishly myself. Aishwarya and I worked together for about 6 months. We wrote up a paper to go to CHI, which is a very reputed paper conference. And I said, she is independent, she can do all of it. She's supposed to submit it. She actually thought she submitted it. And I should have double checked, I didn't. So we actually failed to submit it 1 year. So, but this is worse. It is because a typing mistake shouldn't have cost her that. I would take that input. I don't know what the solution is, but I think it's important things. Again, I come back to the number of people with disabilities who have risen among all hardships to be able to write and publish is so small, right? They are breaking open doors as they go forward. And all of them, unfortunately, they have to find the hard way, fix the system because they are suffering, right? They have done it all their lives, but hopefully AI and other systems will come to help. Thank you for bringing it up. Anybody else with comments, questions before? Yeah, there is.
I think the brain device interface evolves, the solution will be incomplete.
You mean live braille display?
Brain devices.
Yes, I think you are very correct. I'm going to, if Raj is around somewhere here, no, he's not, you don't think he's, so there are braillers, but what you're suggesting is live transcription and then getting it onto the braille device live, essentially, right? So that's a technology challenge which we have opened up based on our experience. Thank you so much. Any other thoughts? Otherwise, we'll thank the panelists one more time. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Oh, another question. Yeah, we love it. Add on, please go ahead. Then I think,
so I have one more question. So if somebody is video calling us, so it will show that, and we'll start the call. I'm deafblind, I cannot see. So the other person might be seeing us, so it is not accessible. The braille language is not helping us there for a video call. Plus, if we receive a photo image, we are not able to see it. So accessibility is not available in if the expression is sad, happy. So we don't have a braille system helping us with that. So I just informed that. Thank you.
thank you so much. The one good thing I come out of this, usually long day of a conference, people are all leaving by the 3:30, 4 o'clock. And here we are being pulled back with questions and everybody staying to hear the answers. So this essentially, I'm so happy about this. So thank you very much. We'll continue the discussion tomorrow as well, because this is not fortunately the last day of the conference. We've made a lot of connections and questions have come around. So please continue the discussions beyond this session. Thank you very much again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Vidya. Thank you, Sayandev. Thank you, Nidhi. Thank you, Madhu.
Thank you all speakers and panelists for the wonderful talks and discussions. I believe this was an eye-opener for all of us and helped us to see various perspectives. Thank you, Dr. Manohar, for convening this session. His insights were very helpful in planning and coordinating the session. With this interactive session, let's wind up today's Empower sessions. We can meet again tomorrow with many more insightful talks. Thank you.
Just wanted to add one more. Thanks to Professor Raji, who has been coordinating